Okay, there we are. Yeah, so that's the new intro. Thanks to Arthur for producing that. It's very spooky and
Arthur.
Yeah, Arthur.
Arthur.
So we got the new internet and everything set up. We shouldn't be having the frame drop issues anymore. So we took a break for a week. It's been a minute, but we're back. Welcome to Ghoul Gang Rising on Superpower Broadcasting. This is the weekly show where my co-host Reece and I dunk on the worst foreign policy takes of the previous week. In this case, we got 2 weeks, and that alone would mean double the cringe, except we had a massive flare-up in hostilities between Hamas and Israel. So we could probably got a lot more to go over tonight in terms of cringe, though we might have around the same number of videos. But how's it going, Reece? Thanks for coming on again. So this is episode 13. So get spooked, everybody.
Thanks for coming on to my own show.
That's true.
You're welcome. You're welcome, man. I'm good. That was mostly last week. That was mostly me. I just needed a little break. I had a couple personal things going on, but we should be good for the foreseeable future. I actually, contrary to popular opinion, I enjoy doing the show, even if sometimes I get a little pissy at the amount of garbage content we're watching. But I bring it on myself. Oh yeah, the bad luck number.
Yeah, that's right. We debuted the spooky intro for the bad luck number.
That's fitting. That's. Yeah, any future internet problems will probably be put solely at my feet. So maybe that will incentivize me to upgrade. But we'll see what happens. Yeah, it's been quite a week for us, and we've obviously I've appeared on a few streams on the channel, and we've discussed Israel. We will be discussing it again tonight, obviously, because we had to. We gave our take. Now let's see what everyone else thought.
Oh yeah, and that's right. And if you're interested to see what I have to say about the recent flare-up in tensions, you can check out any number of the recent videos that I've done over the course of the last 4 or 5 days or so. Also, I put some more energy into my thumbnail game recently, and man, in some of the libertarian groups where they were talking about the latest videos, man, they were pissed. They're like, "Is this a joke or something? How can you make memes about the situation?" And it's like, look, we got a lot of people out there that are tipping Hamas right now. Of course, I'm going to meme on them. Of course, I'm going to make them out to be triggered Wojaks hand in hand with Hamas, because for all intents and purposes, they are, obviously. I mean, they might say, "Oh yeah, what they did is bad, but let's not do anything about it." That's the moral that they provide for us. Relativistic.
I wouldn't even trust them to say what Hamas did was bad, honestly. But I mean, that would be impressive to me alone, considering who we normally deal with.
I was watching Vosh today. I don't believe we have any Vosh videos lined up, but Vosh had Dylan Burns on, and I disagreed with Dylan Burns' take on the situation. But Dylan Burns has like 30 minutes on this video of relatively somewhat neutral, I would say even tepid explanations, though he does say Israel has a right to defend itself. And then Vosh comes in with the big brain take of, yeah, but you have to admit that that basically, all these thousands of rockets, they're getting shot down, basically. That we know that they're not really going to do very much because Israel has the Iron Dome. And I'm listening to this, I'm like, are you serious? Would you prefer that there was no Iron Dome? But apparently, yes. Apparently, it would make it more even. So.
I guess it makes it okay, as long as it's okay to attack people as long as the attack is thwarted. Then no harm, no foul, essentially.
I mean, 9 people dying, who cares about that, man? I mean, they were privileged imperialists, right? So
yeah. Oh, Jesus.
Oh my God. Oh, well, I will say this. I know he's probably memeing in full of it, but if you're actually interested in that challenge, everybody gets one debate. You don't get 80, but you get one. Everybody gets their 15 minutes. You send me a DM over on Twitter, and we'll work out a time that works for both of our schedules to debate. You try this Hodge shit on me, I ain't doing that. You gotta go through the protocol, bro.
You gotta go through the protocol. I was gonna mention just really quick off the top. On this, obviously we're gonna watch a lot of cringe, but in terms of videos I'd recommend, I've been watching some of Daniel Boardman's recent videos.
Yes.
And he's great. He is super educational. He has a great presentation. So his recent videos on the flare-ups in the Israeli conflict, I would recommend. And I'd also recommend a video that you did. Honestly, one of my favorite videos you've done. It's called "Palestine is so petulant, even its former allies have left it in the dust."
Yes, that triggered people, man. People were so pissed. That was the one that people are like, "Is this a joke? Like, what you're doing is offensive. Like, there are real people that are affected by this." I'm like, "Yeah, why do you think I make videos? Obviously, this matters." You know,
that's the tried and true. They had no response to any of the actual content. So, is this for real, man? How can anyone believe this? Well, they'll say that, but at the same time, they'll also say this is like the establishment mainstream, like the Republicans and Democrats. They're working together. They're all on the same side, but no one believes it.
Oh yeah, no, I got a comment on my meme page today because I was posting some pro-Israel memes. For those of you that do follow my meme page, you may have been disappointed with the lack of content in the last few months. I've just been too busy. I've been focusing on this channel, but obviously with what's going on right here, there are a lot of new memes and everything available, and I've got more energy to post them. And I got a response from somebody on the meme page today saying, this is cozy. It reminds me of politics in 2003, but they said that it was cringe that anybody could still buy into the politics that I'm selling. And I found it funny because I'm like, at least that guy admits that this isn't the establishment position. The establishment position today is everybody claps for Biden leaving Afghanistan and surrendering to the Taliban. Like, you can call it establishment in 2003. Great. Guess what? The establishment in 2003 was hawk-built. So, you know
what's really funny is when I was going over potential videos for this week, and this isn't a video that we're doing, I ended up coming across a Russia Today video that I actually agreed with. It was a pro-Israel video, and it was from that Eat the Press guy. I was like, "What the fuck is this?" He was talking about how Israel. He was giving examples of how Israel was being unfairly represented in the media, and I was like, "Wow, I cannot believe I just agreed with you. That is insane."
So the only reason, let's be real, the only reason why he's probably allowed to say that is because Russia's trying to broker a peace agreement right now and get credit and be seen as like, "Oh, great, you saved the day, Putin." In order to do that, they have to give Israel some benefit of the doubt. But in any other time, they'd just be shitting on Israel. So,
Yeah, I think it's just part of a new strategy of, because obviously there's been some cooperation between Russia and Israel regarding vaccine rollout and other things. So, they're not explicitly on the same side, but they're not as opposed to them as we may be. And
no, I know.
I think it's like if you're in that situation and you feel like the U.S. is wavering, you kind of start to turn to other states potentially. And I think that's a very unfortunate situation.
Yeah. That's what I've said, because people have been adding me just like, "Oh, you want us to decouple from China and everything, but look at Israel. They're getting closer with China. Where's your commentary on Israel?" I'm like, I'd be doing the same thing if it was Netanyahu. Like, the future of his people literally depend on it, potentially imminently. If you get a very weak president, they learned from Obama. They're worried that they might have a repeat of that with Biden. And if the U.S. isn't going to be a stable and consistent ally, well, I got news. Your job is to protect your people. You have to hedge your bet. So I understand why Netanyahu has reached out to China and Russia. I'd have to do the same thing if I was him. He doesn't have a 5,000 kilometer wide ocean buffer between him and the Maghreb and the Middle East. He's right there. I mean, all that he has are a few hundred nukes, which, if he actually winds up using them, aren't really going to save Israel. They would just be kind of a last breath of retaliation. But he actually needs to have strategic partners. And the trajectory that the U.S. has been going with Obama and then Biden now, it's very disappointing. I mean, they've seen it's basically 4 years of good president, 4 years bad, 4 years good, 4 years bad, or 8 years, 4 years, 4 years, 8 years. It's not reliable to them, and that's a big problem because this shouldn't be a partisan issue. It should be the sort of thing that all Western governments are reliable allies to Israel, and then they wouldn't have to reach out to China and Russia. So I will say this, though. You mentioned Daniel Boardman. I've had Daniel Boardman on the show a couple times before. Wyatt introduced me to his content. He used to work as a comedian. Like, he's a very charismatic guy. He manages to make it pretty funny, even depressing stuff pretty funny. And he knows his shit. Like, he knows the kind of stuff here that, I mean, if you were to spend time listening to Richard Medhurst or Vosh or Jimmy Dore or any of these types of people, Daniel Boardman will drop more knowledge on you in 1 minute, just even objective knowledge, never mind the political perspective, which I agree with in the case of Boardman, than any of them will provide. They don't have any historical context. It's just Jews bad, Palestinians were aggressed upon, all this kind of stuff. They rarely ever even get the historical facts that should be neutral, right? I mean, because we should at least be able to agree on a few fundamental things of what happened, but apparently not. Apparently not. For the brainlet brigades, they can't even agree on history. You know, never mind politics. So,
well, there's a reason for that. It's because the history doesn't favor their narratives. It's the history is only going to bolster what we've been saying. And what people have been saying, you know, regarding, you know, this current situation, you know, with evictions stemming all the way back from the 6-Day War, a lot of those border disputes, and naturally people are going to lie about that because they don't like the outcome. They don't like how that turned out, and they don't like the results of it today. But anyway, I think that we could probably stand to get into it. I think we've delayed the pain long enough.
Oh, really? That we're just about to start the pain because we got a guy right here who's already in a lot of pain.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna last, my dude. I don't think you're gonna last.
There we go. Like, what are the chances this dude is Haas? By the way, he said he's got an alternate account now and everything. So over on Twitter, he was complaining today. He was saying just before we get into the content, because everybody loves dunking on the monkey man. He was bitching and whining today over on YouTube, saying how we were supposed to grow immense on Twitch, and now we got banned. He was complaining about that, and I'm just like, dude, I'm gonna get banned. Of course they were gonna ban you. Like, what did you expect? I mean, just the stuff he covers was gonna get him banned. Never mind the constant F words and C words and K words and whatnot that he drops, you know. And of course there's that famous quote from him, "You want to be racist? I can be way more racist." Of course he was gonna get banned from Twitch. What a dumb.
What a defining moment.
Yeah. So here we go. Thanks for compiling these clips. I've been pretty busy this week. So we've got, how many do we have here? 7. No, we got, is it 7 clips or 6 clips? Okay.
It's 7, I think. Yeah, no, I know our rate of watching these, so I didn't even bother to get more, but these are all we really need. So I thought, you know, where to even begin? You know, let's just do it, man. Let's do a video called "Give Israel Weapons No Matter What They Do, U.S. Congress." And yeah,
is this the one by the Goblin by any chance, or is that one a different?
The Green Goblin, yes.
It is. Okay, so I was just making.
I noticed we had the Green Goblin in the chat, I believe. So it's kind of fitting. Yeah, we did earlier.
Oh yeah, let's see. We got him here.
Wait a minute. Is that? It's hard to make out. I think that's a great account.
Where's the Green Goblin? I'm not seeing him right now.
It's a little further up, but I think it's one of ours. I think it's one of the troll accounts.
Are we talking about the tower game? Oh no, the actual Green Goblin. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. That's awesome.
There we go. So
John Smith's basement. I'm something of a scientist myself.
Oh, I mean, obviously they've had a lot of a lot of warning alerts and everything sounding in Israel lately because of Hamas bullshit. Well, you know what? We're gonna have to issue an alert here because we got a fanboy of that bullshit. So here we're issuing a bootlicker alert. Okay, here we go.
I'm scared. I haven't actually watched this video. I'm going to be totally honest. I picked it with full confidence that it's going to suck. I did not need to watch a second of this, but I already know what he's going to say. That's how good I am at this shit.
Let's get a bingo card. I mean, obviously we won't get a physical one, but we know some of the memes that he's going to do. Apartheid state, genocide, war crimes, Benjamin Netanyahu conspiracy theories about basically he wants Hamas to kill Israelis so he can get reelected. We're gonna have foreign aid. We're gonna have maybe a reference to the bankers. Maybe. What are you thinking? What are you thinking, Reece? What memes?
It's going to be a complete misrepresentation of the series of events. He's going to completely whiff on who are the victims in this equation and who are the active aggressors, which state is legitimate and which state is ruled by terrorists. And he's not, I guarantee you this, he's not going to even bother differentiating between issues in the West Bank versus issues with Gaza. Not a chance in hell.
Well, I do realize, by the way, why I thought it was 6 videos, because one of the ones that you sent me wouldn't download on my end, so I'll have to put my VPN on and actually download that one.
Canada and their censorship, man.
I know, it was that Taliban one. It wouldn't let me download it. I forgot about that. I downloaded the other 6, so we can do that one last. But as John Smith's basement says, let's fucking go. Let's do it. Let's see what the big brain boy with the green background has to say. We're gonna take a listen to the goblin. So let's see.
I don't really want to, but we're going to.
And there you go. There's proof definitively that it's not an internet issue on my end. I have 20 times higher upload rate now. It's StreamYard's server side issues. So that's
StreamYards. You have been exposed.
Yep, totally exposed. Because I was always like, well, there's a chance it's my internet connection. No.
So there's some issues where there's too much bipartisanship. Yeah, I said it. There's this myth in mainstream media that bipartisanship is always good. And that's not accurate because it depends about the details. It depends on the specifics. What are both parties agreeing to in D.C.? Usually when they both agree, it's to deregulate Wall Street, it's to continue endless wars. Very rarely do they agree on something that's correct.
Endless wars.
How do they agree on those things?
They all clapped for white flag Joe Biden saying that he was done with the quote-unquote forever war in Afghanistan, which, by the way, I know people are trying to tell me, well, that's not really an alt-right talking point. I've only seen that line, forever wars, from alt-right type people and skeptic bros like Kyle and his affiliates like Shoonhead that got it from the alt-right. But
forever wars.
Forever wars or endless wars, which is just, I mean, do we even need to explain why that's a stupid line? I mean, like, it implies that the point is that these are supposed to go on forever.
Yeah, no. I just this is the real false narrative. What war? Find me someone in Congress who is actively pushing for a war, not continuing to be in a war, not continuing to be in Afghanistan, which, I mean, even if they're saying that, they're saying don't withdraw, but they're not saying increase troop presence. They're just saying don't withdraw. Now, find me someone who is advocating for a new war in Congress. Find me one person, really. Who's it going to be?
There's nobody.
I don't hear anyone. Like, the closest we could say is maybe Bolton would, and he doesn't even necessarily propose wars. He proposes quick strikes to, to take out certain military installations.
He's not in Congress, though. The only one in Congress that I can think of that's had anywhere near that level of rhetoric on war right now, I would say it's probably Dan Crenshaw from Texas. But I'd have to look more into the specifics of what he said.
No, like I've heard him say, obviously he has an attachment to Afghanistan, and he'd want us to stay. I don't think I've ever heard him advocate for starting a new war, though, as far as I can remember.
Yeah, I mean, he's the kind of guy who said that you have to have a military option on the table and stuff like that, in reference to Iran's program and everything. But
it's just so false. Like, if your only news source was Kyle Kulinski, you would believe that the U.S. was just this completely imperialistic, like everyone's on the same page, and that so flies in the face of reality. Like, we have entire committees in Congress who are levying to remove war powers from the president. And what do you think? Do you think that's because they want to declare more wars? No, it's in an effort to stop military action, not to increase it, not to start it in new places. No, it is an active effort to strip the president of war powers so that they can end wars, or at least end U.S. involvement in those wars. Yeah. That is the current state of Congress.
Well, Kayvon Castley said, what about Liz Cheney? See, Liz Cheney hasn't even had that.
What war has she advocated for?
No, she hasn't even done that with Iran or anything. It's the continued presence in Afghanistan that pisses people off, which is, I mean, you're a lost cause when even fighting the Taliban in a war that's already been underway is too hawkish for you. That's not even a hawkish position, really. That's just a status quo position. So.
Yeah, that's how far the Overton window has shifted into absolute isolationist lunacy and self-loathing.
Let's continue with the Green Goblin.
It actually did happen with us ending support for the genocide in Yemen. Define
genocide. Like what genocide? Where's the genocide?
Yeah, and that's a mistake. We should be extremely more involved in that situation.
It was Iran that started it.
if you're concerned with the well-being of the citizens, the people of Yemen, you should be actively calling for the U.S. to lead a coalition in that country. If you think that Saudi Arabia is stepping out of line, you should actively be there to keep them in check. Don't just bitch about it and then say, no, we can't have anything to do with this. The conflict's going to continue regardless. If the conflict continues and we have no direct line to Saudi Arabia, we're not helping them, Kyle will never talk about Yemen again. He doesn't actually care about the conflict. He cares because America's involved, it makes him feel like his hands are getting dirty. That's the only reason he cares.
Yeah. Yeah, it's unbelievably cringe. And I mean, look at his face right there. I mean, he feels like he just made a very strong and poignant argument. And what did he do?
Impossible.
This is another one of those points where they're incapable of even recognizing a neutral account of the facts on the ground. Because if you wanted to be neutral about it, you'd say, well, Iran and their Houthis, they overthrew the government, which was the sovereign government of Yemen, and then Saudi Arabia, yeah, that's right. And then isn't it funny how the sovereignty bros are nowhere to be found when it's our allies?
Nowhere to be found.
That's right. But then you'd say, well, Saudi Arabia has done a lot of collateral damage, but you could say though, and you could chalk it up to two reasons, and this is where I'm more getting my own rating into it now, is that they don't have as good training as Israel and the United States. So I support more training and assistance to Saudi Arabia to better, equip them and better train them to be able to make use of this stuff better. I mean, you can see they don't really know how to manage tank warfare. They don't know how to employ infantry to guard tanks, that kind of stuff. Simple tactics they screw up because they don't really have that much combat experience, even though they've got pretty state-of-the-art equipment. And second, they as well don't necessarily have the best intel on the ground, and it's a very foggy and complicated situation. But you could say they do try to make up for it by committing well over $1 billion in the last 4 years to alleviating hunger on the ground. And there are about 2 million people on the ground in Yemen that are on the verge of starvation. And it's the King Salman Relief Agency that's basically kept them from dying. Yet they don't get any credit there. So a neutral account of it would recognize that Iran was the fault of this and that Saudi Arabia is defending a legitimate government. You could say, yes, they've caused a lot of collateral damage in their actions, but Kyle isn't willing to agree on that. He's just going to regard it as a genocide. And this is the same point that I make about Israel. If Saudi Arabia or Israel wanted to do the genocide that they accuse them of, they could do it very easily. They have the equipment to just kill everybody, basically. So, I mean, why would you give people an hour's notice to leave an area you're about to bomb if you were interested in genocide? Why would you give $1 billion of your money? And they don't have anywhere near as much money as the U.S. That's a lot of money. Why would you give that money to alleviating suffering of the people on the ground if you were trying to do a genocide against the people of Yemen? Why would Saudi Arabia even be interested in that? What, they want to genocide like Arabs basically? They want to genocide like what?
People like them basically. Like I don't. This is a word like many words in these spheres that is completely used out of context most times I hear it. Kyle doesn't know what a genocide is. A genocide requires there to be an intent to wipe out an ethnicity.
Yes.
Just because people are dying does not make it a genocide, especially if those people are dying as a result of collateral damage. So
he would say that the collateral damage was intentional and that would be the genocide.
Oh, there you go.
He's a total idiot. It's the same thing. Like I've had people try to tell me that war is a war crime. That doing a war, but that doesn't make any sense because
state-sanctioned murdered, bro.
Yeah, but like if war is a war crime, like why have war crimes?
Yeah, just call them crimes at that point.
Why not just call it a crime then? Like, I mean, these people are so dumb, and this is the point that I want to try to get across to people. I know. We don't have the audience of Vosh. We don't have the audience of Shoe on Head, but we're gaining subs every week. We do our best. I want people to wake up and realize that a lot of these figures that you might have in the past or might still do, or give a great amount of your time to listen to them. I want you to understand that these people don't even know the basic definitions. Never mind the history. Never mind the politics, never mind, by the way, the morality, because you could be evil and recognize the facts of what's on the ground. Like, I mean, there are Nazis that can do that. There are Nazis that admit the Holocaust happened and they support it. Like, we can agree on the history and you could still be an evil piece of shit. But they can't even get the history straight. So they're clueless on the issue. They're absolutely clueless on the issue. Like, you could honestly have a more productive conversation with a tanky that's versed on the situation on the ground than these moralizing, virtue signaling idiots that have no idea what's actually going on, but they want to appear woke, basically. So, I mean, it's unfortunate. But there's a chance, and I'm going to say this, there's actually a chance that Haas knows more about the situation on the ground here than Kyle.
Oof.
Like, think about it. He would just say that it's based what Hamas is doing, or it's based what Iran's doing. But I mean, I'm not sure.
I think you're probably right. I would think that he would have he'd at least be more honest about what he was supporting.
They're honest. It's the same thing with the Nazis that admit the Holocaust happened. At least they're honest, you know? So then we can move on and deal with the morality of it. But with these guys, I mean, we can make moralistic arguments against them, but they think that they're on the virtuous side because they have no idea what's going on. I mean, all this basically amounts to virtue signaling, and it's pathetic because Kyle gets about $300,000 a year to do this. You could think that he could at least open up a dictionary at one point over the last 10 years, but no.
That's a lot of effort, man.
Yeah.
I think the real reason why it's important to address misinformation like this is because there really isn't an alternative view out there to this. This is very much the consensus on the web. And I think that if exposed to an alternative viewpoint, our viewpoint, it would make a lot of people question whether or not they were being so virtuous. Like, if you really understood the situation, I think now, not everyone, some people are going to, be stubborn, but I do think that a good number of people would realize, oh man, I've been on the wrong side. Like, I've been an active mouthpiece for Iran for years. And, but it's never too late. I think it's never too late to come around to realize that, you were misinformed, you were naive, you were ignorant, and you were being used by the adversaries of America and the West, but you can basically come back around. You're not beyond redemption. And I understand that it's not going to be easy, that it is very hip to be like Kyle in this sense. It's very hip. And oh man, you're against America, man. Like, it's taboo, man. I'm criticizing America, man. Except, and that's fine. Criticizing America is fine. At least, if you have real criticisms, if you have criticisms that are based in reality. I criticize the country all the time, to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. I criticize us pulling out of Afghanistan. Yep. That's a real criticism. I criticize many other aspects of the current administration's foreign policy because it is largely shit.
Yeah, Kirk's in the chat right now. He says the other day, Cromwell Kyle said that America is the, quote, biggest human rights violator, unquote.
He did say that. That's right.
Makes sense that Kyle supports America's enemies like Iran. They're morally superior in his eyes. That's right. I've said that. Secular Talk, the channel where we defend the terrorists and the Ayatollah. That's what you're getting with this guy. He really does think that they're the good guys. I mean,
why does he live in America?
I know.
That's my question, Kyle. If you ever watch this, why do you live in America? If we are the greatest human rights violator in the world, maybe you should go the Peter Lavelle route.
Yes,
I would fully support it. We would fund it. We would fund your plane ticket.
A one-way plane ticket to Tehran.
Have fun.
Yeah. Have fun in Tehran, bro. Oh man, but we know what they would do with him, by the way. Right? I mean, he wouldn't last there. I mean, he would not last in Iran, I can tell you that. So,
but Trump vetoed it at the time, and Biden's unfortunately doing some Weasley middle path bullshit on that now as well. So.
Not really. He preemptively reached out to Iran, and he's still trying to move heaven and earth to get that deal to happen. It's pathetic and grotesque and ridiculous, and I'm done with him. But to Kyle, I
think he's talking about Yemen.
Oh, is he talking about Yemen? I thought he was talking about. Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I think the Iran stuff is complete garbage. On Yemen, we were very much questioning the optics of attacking Saudi Arabia, and I commented on the last podcast how that Khashoggi report was a great example of artificial news. It's part of the artificial news cycle. It's things that we already knew. It's basically the same report repackaged, and it's just there to stir up tensions and to make headlines. It's not a real, it's not a real concern. Like they were already well aware of these things. It was just a chance to shit on Saudi Arabia, which admittedly, I don't disagree with the criticism in that report, but Biden wasn't going to completely get rid of support to Saudi Arabia over them killing a Muslim Brotherhood reporter. No, not happening.
Always beware people who claim bipartisanship is always correct, because it's just not true.
Who says that?
Now you get a great example of what I'm talking about.
What?
So this is from
what? Who has ever said that bipartisanship is always a good thing? Who the fuck are you talking about? This is the problem with Kyle videos. He always starts out with these straw men of these people he's attempting to take to task. Who the fuck ever said that? Bipartisanship is always good. Find me one. What kind of, like, you'd have to be like the most centrist person in the universe to think that. Isn't the criticism of modern politics that everyone's a partisan? So who said that? What are you talking about?
Unbelievable. So all that he has are these straw men. I know in his mind, he's probably thinking of Morning Joe with Joe Scarborough, and that's his straw man in Morning Joe, because Joe is a Republican who's not happy with Trump, and so he hangs out with some Democrats. I'm sure that's what he's like straw manning here, except Joe Scarborough wouldn't support bipartisanship 100% of the time. So
I would be surprised to find one person who supported bipartisanship all of the time.
It's so dumb. It's so...
And apparently that's the premise of the video.
You're just getting 16,000 straw mans when you... well, actually, he does more than one per video. Probably 2 per video. So 32,000 straw men for your Patreon money over there at Secular Talk.
And they say the following. In an apparent response to growing calls for making U.S. aid to the Netanyahu government conditional on Israeli adherence to human rights law, 330 members of the U.S. House of Representatives signed a letter late last month insisting that the $3.8 billion in annual military aid the United States provides Israel remain unconditional. The letter, which was signed by virtually all of the Republicans and over half of the Democrats, was a slap in the face to those who have argued that military aid to Israel, like all recipients of taxpayer-funded weaponry, be conditional on at least some level of compliance with human rights and international law.
Some level of compliance with human rights and international law. What human rights has Israel violated, and what international laws have they violated here? Let's take a look at that. They give people upwards of an hour. Usually it's 5 minutes, but they, in cases of taller buildings like the one that they destroyed today, the Agela Tower, they gave the people there an hour to get out. What are we talking about? No other country does that. The U.S. doesn't do that. Like, what are we talking about? Like, they have shown the most restraint of any country in warfare, arguably in human history. Like, what other country has done that in a war? Yeah, because Hamas had the time to get out too and take some of their stuff with them, because Israel didn't want to kill civilians. Are you fucking kidding me? He doesn't know that. Or if he does know that, he's not interested in presenting
He certainly would be the last person to tell his audience.
Yeah.
The international law thing is interesting, because a lot of people will claim that Israel is violating international law just by the supposed occupation of the territories that they won in the 6-Day War, which I think is a really ridiculous thing to be upset by. Basically, at that point, you are actively cheering against the coalition that formed against Israel during the 6-Day War. If you want them to cede strategically valuable land To who? To what? These countries? Jordan, Syria? Yeah, Syria. They really deserve more land. This is why. This is why internationalism is a fucking joke, man.
Yes.
Like they are nothing but bureaucrats sitting in a room, smoking on their cigars, and enabling global fascism. Fuck them. If they think that that's at all reasonable, yep, just give up the Golan Heights. That will go good for you, Israel. Oh, Assad, you've really shown us how virtuous you are. You not only do you get to continue ruling your land, you get even more land. Hell, why don't we just give Assad the world at this point?
Yeah.
Everything. I mean, he's clearly qualified according to the UN.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. Unbelievable. I mean, again, this is the big brain boy right here, the Green Goblin, Kremlin Kyle. And he's lecturing us on international law. This is a guy who defends Iran and North Korea. This is a guy
they don't break international law.
No. They make international law, man. America breaks it, man.
Yeah, only America and Israel, the only two. Those are the problem countries.
I mean, yeah, if you want to see what Kirk's talking about, is Kirk says Israel has received more condemnations from the UN than every other country combined. Go and check out, he's on Facebook and Twitter. Halal Noor compiles all of the UN, what would you call it, votes against Israel and all their bullshit of, the Human Rights Council, the GA, condemning Israel. It'll oftentimes be like 170 resolutions condemning Israel and then 1 or 2 condemning North Korea. You're like, oh, that's just the UN having a normal one. Except unironically, that's always the UN having a normal one. That is their normal. They're a joke.
The new normal.
Yeah. They're a disgrace. I mean, that's been their normal for decades. So, I mean, unbelievable. I'm something of an isolationist myself, said, well, Israel does use legal loopholes in international law in order for them to skate away scot-free of war crimes and genocide.
Good attempt, but that's bait. All right.
The lawmakers' overwhelming bipartisan opposition to conditioning aid is not a product of political pressures coming from their constituents. Polls show that barely 1/3 of U.S. voters and barely 1/10 of Democrats oppose such conditions. Rather, it appears to be part of a long-standing tradition going back decades of Congress rejecting the will of constituents in favor of the interests of arms exporters and the Pentagon.
Stop.
Oh my God.
Are you serious? Okay. This is where I suppose there's a disagreement on the interpretation of democracy. It is, if you're a representative, obviously you're there to represent your constituents. I don't think that means that you have to do everything that your constituents say. What if your constituents are wrong? What if you disagree with them? What if your constituents are a little crazy? What if you, shock of all shocks, as a congressperson, are more knowledgeable about a situation than your constituents? And I love this narrative too. In the interests of arms exporters and the Pentagon. Yeah, how about, no. How about in the interests of U.S. national security and regional stability? How about that? That is why. Forget that obviously we have ideological agreement between us and Israel, the support of democratic systems, the support of liberal rights, liberal values. More than anything, the real glue binding us together is that they are an extension of U.S. national security. They are the eyes and ears and one of the most volatile regions on Earth that every major power in the world is dipping their fingers into at the moment. That makes them invaluable. So why the fuck would we limit our aid to them based on completely dubious reports of human rights abuses and breaches of international law? Like we're the fucking hall monitor. Is the Green Lantern Corps going to come in here, give us a slap on the wrist? No. There's not. This is a completely biased, one-sided representation of this situation. If there is not a mention of national security, this is not a serious analysis. It's just not.
National security is imperialism and genocide.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
Well, to the self-hating, yeah, I imagine so.
Only 18 Democrats, only 18, said we should condition military aid to Israel. So, in other words, only give them weapons if they abide by international law and respect human rights. Only 18. It was 125 who said, no, we want to give them unconditional support. $3.8 billion in annual military aid. We want to give it to them no matter what. No matter what.
I guess that means that those particular Democrats support human rights violations. Or maybe they just rejected the premise entirely. This was completely ridiculous. That would be like that's like Tulsi Gabbard with her stop supporting terrorists bill. And then if somebody opposed that, well, what, are you in favor of terrorists? No, we reject the entire premise of that idea. Saying no to that is not a support of terrorists. The same way as saying no to this is not a support for human rights violations. What human rights violations? What the fuck are you talking about?
No matter what. So think about that. How will history judge this? First of all, a fair, objective look at the situation, you would describe Israel as an apartheid state.
What?
Oh my god! Hey man, I get a bingo point. I get a bingo point. I only need 4 more of them. I called it. I knew he was going to do apartheid. I haven't seen the video. I knew he was going to do it. I knew he was going to do the meme. I knew he was going to do the meme. Look at that stupid smug face of his, by the way.
That Kyle never tried to be neutral. Like, he was like, yeah, here's the unbiased neutral take. This is the neutral view of the situation. Fuck you, man. That's just gross. Are you fucking kidding me? Apartheid. How are they an apartheid state? That's another thing. So, as well as the genocide, that's something he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand apartheid. None of these fuckers can define apartheid. That is a ridiculous, out of this world accusation to throw at a liberal democracy, but whatever.
Like, next he's going to call him an ethno state. Wait. Yeah, he'll be like, oh man, there were fights between Arab Israelis and Jewish Israelis in Israel, an ethno state. Like,
the irony.
And then the brainlet brigades that don't know the definition of an ethno state will be like, yeah, that's really bad. They are an ethno state. Like, yeah, you kind of missed the point there.
And that might even be too kind to just call it that.
Oh
wow!
My God.
It's too kind to call them an apartheid state.
Double apartheid, man. That's what it is.
Double apartheid.
It's triple.
You're a triple apartheid.
Yeah. Like, I'm just imagining, because he's the type of brainlet. If he were advising a president, he would advise them to go to the UN and give a speech saying, you know, we are going to recognize what's happening in Israel right now as triple apartheid. And then they'll be like, well, what's double apartheid? And they're like, well, it's not as bad as what Israel's doing.
It's too nice.
Yeah.
Apartheid accusations are too nice.
Yeah, double apartheid accusations are too weak. It's triple apartheid.
This is a great comment.
If you disagree, we'll make it quadruple apartheid. It's like the wall just got 10 feet higher, man.
Israel is an ethno state, but not all those 95% white Scandinavian countries he loves. Very true.
No, he loves those countries. He'd say, no, they're great. They're socialists, the comrades.
Yeah, they don't qualify as ethno states though. Only Israel.
An argument there's ethnic cleansing.
Well, yeah. Do they have a bunch of Jews in those countries? No. So how can they be an ethno state?
Yeah, there's a reason they don't want to be in those countries. Because those countries aren't friendly to them anymore, and they let in a bunch of people who hate them. So why the fuck would they want to be there? The only countries they want to be in are Israel and the U.S.
Basically. Yeah. I mean,
even the self-hating Jews know that.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Ethnic cleansing. What's your evidence of that, Kyle? Do you even know what that means? Do you know words? Do you know concepts? No, you don't. And he's shrugging it off like, oh, they could say, yeah, you could make the case that there's ethnic cleansing. How the fuck is there ethnic cleansing? What does that mean to you? No.
So to say,
how is there ethnic cleansing in a country that has 20% Arabs?
Well, they could have 100% Arabs.
Ah, I see.
Apartheid actually might be too kind to them. And you have virtually every single...
Wait, that wasn't StreamYard having a normal one. That was him repeating that stupid point twice.
Yeah, he's really running out of content at this point.
He repeated it twice. He said, no, that might be too kind to them.
So nice, he said it twice.
Republican. And more than half of the Democrats say, no matter what Israel does, no matter what, we're going to give them the military aid. So what if they lined up children and gunned them all down?
They're not.
What if this crazy hypothetical happened?
What? It's like he's in grade 3. What was that?
What if
they
destroyed the world? Would you still send them aid?
That was one of his dumbest and most childish hypotheticals we've ever seen him do. That was dumber than a bunch of the stuff he said even in the Bill Kristol video. What? What a child, Kyle. Bruh.
That is honestly among one of the more ridiculous things I've heard him say.
Coupled with absolutely ridiculous emoticons.
Yeah, he's just, and I love how he just shrugs everything off like, what if it happened? I mean, I'm just saying. Yeah, you're proposing a completely absurd hypothetical that didn't happen, that's not ever going to happen, but thanks. Thanks a fuck ton, Kyle. Yeah, probably at that point, yeah, there would probably be a few talks about Israel's behavior. They're not doing anything close to that. Not a damn thing.
According to this, these people would say, I don't care. Give them the military aid, no matter what.
Oh my God. You can't be serious, Kyle. You can't be fucking serious. What do you mean? What do you mean? Obviously, that would change the situation. You dumbass.
Very, very, very easy to be disingenuous when you're Kyle. You can just be like, what if this happened? And see, so Congress said this about X particular situation. Now, what if this happened? And they said the same thing. That would be crazy, right? Yeah, except that hasn't happened. And if that happened, that would greatly change what Congress said.
What?
Amazingly enough.
They could do apartheid. They could do ethnic cleansing. They could do genocide.
No. What?
I knew it. He was going to do the genocide meme. I can't wait until he does the war crime meme. He's going to do the war crime meme and the ethno-state meme, too. You know it. You know it's coming. We're only halfway through the video. You know he's going to do the memes.
Genocide? How? Where? Who? What are you talking about?
Hey, Reece, we're
triggering the traitors. I love it.
The haters and traitors. We got
you don't have to watch. It's optional.
I don't care. Our support for them is unconditional. So really what's happening is the politicians are listening to the military-industrial complex and listening to the Israel lobby. That's what's...
The Israel lobby.
Here come the conspiracies.
Dun, dun, dun. He's going to do the AIPAC meme, and he's probably going to think that AIPAC is AIPAC. I know he's going to do that meme. I'm sure he's going to that meme. I made a video on that saying how, like, look, it doesn't actually stand for Political Action Committee. So,
what's amazing is that there are other countries, other allied nations that give more money. There's more money coming from them, from lobbyists from their nations than from Israel. You don't hear a word about these people.
They're not Jews, though.
Yeah, that's the reason you hear about this. That is the only reason. That really is it. This is completely normal. It is completely normal to have representatives of allied countries meet together and discuss their alliance, especially in the case of Israel. If the alliance with the U.S. it is paramount to the survival of that nation state. Do you understand that? In the context of the international community, Kyle, we are the only backers they have. Now, don't give me some fucking, if everyone agrees with me, I must be right bullshit. The reason everyone is coming down on Israel is not because Israel's doing anything wrong, because they side with states that do much worse. Dancing Israelis. People were literally doing that meme.
Oh, I know. Other libertarians have been doing the USS Liberta meme.
But I mean, they were doing it. They were doing it recently. There was a video that went viral of a Jewish festival in which they were dancing, and in the distance, you could see a mosque burning across the border.
Oh, that's right. Devin Tracy covered that.
And then you know why it was burning? Because the terrorists lit it ablaze.
Yes.
Their own rockets fell on it and set it ablaze. And then people were trying to make it seem like, oh, look, they're dancing because there's a mosque burning. No, they were just dancing.
Yeah, it just firecrackers, though, bro.
Going on. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. Some of them might have a genuine ideological agreement with that, but that says a lot about these people now, doesn't it?
Yeah, so they believe in democracy and standing up for allies and fighting terrorism. It says that they believe in the Jewish people's right to exist, to protect themselves, etc. By the way, yes, that's the fourth screenshot from tonight that I'm saving from Kyle. So
I love how he says, maybe they could have an ideological, maybe it's a possibility that people disagree with me. He's so generous. Maybe people disagree with me, but I mean, look, that makes them bad. See?
It makes them sad and bad.
That's amazing. He's like, I normally accuse everyone of following the money and everyone being bought and paid for, but maybe they actually disagree with me. But that makes them bad. Wow. Because they support Israel, a liberal democracy. Right. How bad, how wrong and bad of them.
Not like Hamas. Hamas is cool and good, Kyle.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If you want U.S. congressional support of Hamas, there's plenty of that at the moment. You're not short on representatives.
A lot about these politicians. So I never want to hear ever again from anybody that the United States does what it does overseas because we care about freedom, we care about democracy.
Oh my God.
That was ironically based.
No. But that line you usually hear about Saudi Arabia, or you hear it about Pinochet, and then that means that he hasn't read any of Jean Kirkpatrick thought. But he's doing that with Israel, which is a democracy. So his argument contradicts itself. It's like, wait, if the U.S.
to him, to call them apartheid is too nice. Like they're the ultimate evil in the world, according to Kyle.
Triple apartheid.
They're the ultimate evil beside the country that he lives in and is allowed to broadcast out of and say whatever he wants and make a fuck ton of money.
We care about human rights. We care about justice. We don't care about any of those things, even a little bit. That's the bullshit fake story we tell ourselves. That's the veneer we put on and show the world as if we're really moral people.
Projection. All he ever does is virtue signal.
And then he accuses the U.S. of doing it. Yeah, so apparently the U.S. doesn't support justice, doesn't support democracy, doesn't support liberal values because we support Israel, the double apartheid state.
No, it's a triple apartheid state.
Quadruple apartheid state.
No, that's a little bit hysterical.
Yeah, let's dial it back a little bit.
Yeah, triple apartheid. They did a triple apartheid, man.
We support apartheid and ethnic cleansing and continued human rights violations.
No. No. Like that's preposterous. That would be like, I could say that about anyone. I could say, let's just do it now. The UK is an apartheid state. You heard it here first. The UK, they're a double apartheid. They're on the same level. Double apartheid state, the United Kingdom. Why?
Actually, if they were on the same level, they would be a triple apartheid state, technically.
Oh, I see. Yet, if you asked any U.S. president and you asked them, who's your greatest ally, they'd say the United Kingdom. Why do U.S. presidents support apartheid states? That's my question. No answer.
Shame on these people.
Shame on the. Is that the Greta Thunberg moment? Shame on you.
Shame on these people. Shame on.
Oh,
Shame
Kyle.
on. Only 18 say
Wow.
human rights and international law matters.
Kyle Kulinski is going to morally shame you. Imagine the absurdity of that statement. Kyle, the guy who goes to bat for every anti-American regime on the planet.
Yeah.
The guy every other video is downplaying Iran, downplaying the Taliban. Now, in this case, the one state he's going to condemn, guess what it is? Israel. They're the worst state. No, actually, the worst state's the U.S., according to Kyle, the greatest human rights violator. That's the guy who's condemning you. Utterly ridiculous.
Yeah. Wow.
Thankfully, no one would take that seriously. There's no one he's criticizing who would be like, oh, shit, I better, shape up because Kyle held my feet to the fire.
Only 18. And God forbid anybody responds, why are you singling out Israel?
Oh, he's talking about us. Uh-oh.
Yeah, why? That's a good question. Why are you singling out Israel? Very interesting.
He's prepared to respond. So.
Why is Israel? Oh, yeah, I can't fucking wait for that. Why is Israel every other time a country is sanctioned, a country with a legitimately terrible human rights record, you say that's bad. That's violence.
Economic warfare, as Omar would say.
Yet your movement supports economic warfare against Israel. Very interesting. Why are you singling out Israel? It's very sus, bro. The same with you, the same with the international community. Yet you are going to try to pretend like the consensus is pro-Israel. Not even fucking close. The consensus is on your side. You're just too dumb to realize it.
All right, let me make this crystal clear. The U.S. should cut off funding to every single human rights violating country and international law violating country. Every single one. Saudi Arabia, done. UAE, done. You name it, whatever it might be, done.
But he opposes doing anything to the countries that aren't U.S. allies that commit human rights abuses. So, I mean,
yeah, that sounds like a great way to leverage reform out of some of these more problematic countries.
Like, let's just have no allies anywhere. Great, that's smart.
Yeah, unfortunately, we live in a place called reality where you don't always get the best bedfellows. Sometimes you got to put up with some bullshit. You know why? There's such a thing as a lesser evil, Kyle. I know you don't want to hear that. You were saying earlier he hadn't read Jean Kirkpatrick Thought. He doesn't even fucking know who that is.
Well, he would say, I know what he would say. He'd be like, who's that? And you'd be like, seriously, Kyle? And he'd be like, wait, that was the guy with Reagan, right?
Yeah, I know him. I know him.
No, it's like, no. See, that would be an excellent opportunity. I actually had that happen. I've had this happen before. I can't remember the specific instance or who I was debating, but I remember I was talking with one person. They're like, "Oh yeah, like I know them or whatever. I know him," and I was like, "Well, no, actually, it's a woman." I can't remember if that was during a live debate. If it is, somebody find that. That was gold. But that's basically like the Alden's number moment right there, because Vosh was debating this brainlet, this Nazi dude, and the guy's like 15 years old, and he was just spewing BS that didn't have any like relation to reality. And this is one reason why by the way, why Vosh looks smart and why he looks smart to his followers, because he debates some of the dumbest people in the world, and just because he happens to also be pretty dumb, he looks good compared to a bunch of fascists and stuff. But this one fasci dude from Discord, he constantly was like throwing out stuff with no reference or whatever, and then Vosh basically said to him, he's like, "Well, are you familiar with Alden's number?" And he's like, "Oh, Alden's number, yeah, I believe so." And he's like, "No, I just made it up, dude. You're full of shit." It's like, it's the same thing with the Gene Kirkpatrick. You could do an Alden's number moment with these people. Just be like, "You ever read or looked into Gene Kirkpatrick before?" And they'd be like, "Oh yeah, no, I know about him." It's like, yeah, no, you don't. So
I think that did happen during debate, but
no, I know that happened to me once, and it was amazing. And I was like, wait, this is unbelievable. I'm gonna have to clip this out later. But then I got busy with other news stories and stuff to cover. But I mean, somebody I was debating did that meme. They actually did that meme. They thought it was a dude, and they're like, "Yeah, no, I know him." It's like, "Yeah, no, you don't. You don't. You're just full of shit, trying to seem like you know stuff." But yeah, Arthur says Alden's gender. That's right, like Mr. Gina has.
It's a good one.
Man.
I have no interest in putting the profits of Raytheon and Boeing and Honeywell.
Well, John asks, "What? Oh, by the way, he's going to do the Gaytheon meme. He's going to do the Gaytheon meme." John asks, "Why didn't Burns call out Vosh on him referring to Israel as an apartheid state?" Well, at one point, Vosh says to him, he's like, "Well, you got to admit that there's a power imbalance and all this stuff and everything, and that it's unfair for Israel to do what they're doing." And Dylan Burns is like, "Well, they have a right to protect themselves." But he didn't really call out. I think I can't remember exactly, but I think he agreed with the assessment of them as an apartheid state. He definitely said that they were violating human rights and whatnot, and violating international law. So, I mean, he looked normal compared to Vosh, but he's definitely not a big supporter of Israel.
Yeah, shock to no one.
Over innocent people, victims of crimes by powerful governments. I have no interest in it. So,
yeah, as if you care about that one bit. Seriously, you're going to invoke civilians now? Wow. Kyle is completely content to let most citizens of the world suffer for all eternity. But in this moment, he's going to say, actually, you're not allowed to sell weapons to the lesser evil. Because in some cases, well, we'll talk about Saudi Arabia, for example, there's oppression of their citizens too. Nowhere near the scale of a nation like Iran. But yeah, there's oppression of citizens. What were you expecting? It's a Muslim majority country. I don't expect it to be the most enlightened place on planet Earth. There is such a thing as picking the lesser evil, Kyle, when you have no other options. Is ever Kyle pause and ad hom? Yes, we don't even mean to. Like, he does it for us. He ad homs himself with his face. That's preposterous to me. Here's the bigger point. By siding with the lesser evil, we can actually use that as leverage to encourage reforms that will help the civilians of that nation, and we will deal with a greater evil in the process, saving more civilians. And this has happened in many cases in just the Middle East alone. It could all be pissed away real soon in Afghanistan. But hey, history will tell that story as well. This is amazing to me. Kyle is going to feign concern over the citizens. He doesn't want to do shit for the citizens of the world. He doesn't want to do a damn thing for the citizens of the world. But here he's going to act like he's on their side. No, you don't get to do that. You don't get to fucking do that. When you're the entire point of your channel is downplaying the threats of Iran, North Korea. No, you don't get to do that at all.
We're going to have to issue a concern alert as well. So we got
that's a good point.
And a concern alert.
Very concerned.
He looks very concerned right now too. Yeah. What am I supposed to say, man?
The ad homs speak for themselves.
Oh, you guys are just full of ad homs. You don't respond to any of the substance I say. Like,
yeah, it's not like we watch the video,
the
entire video, and comment on every sentence. It feels like.
By the way, we're only 75% the way through the video.
Let's pick this. Let's pick this garbage up.
Has more cringe to post.
I'm not at all singling out Israel, and none of the 18 who did the right thing on this are in favor of singling out Israel.
Oh, really?
But that will be the reaction.
Kyle,
people say.
Hold on. There was a recent story that came out of Iran where they executed a young gay man. Did you do a video on that? No. I wonder why. Constantly, for years, on your channel, on the Young Turks, on the Majority Report, on all of these fucking idiots' channels, Israel, anti-Israel, Netanyahu at it again. That's what you talk about. And then this is your response to the accusations you're aware of where people will say you single out Israel. Don't try to fucking gaslight us. You obviously single out Israel. Oh, no, I don't. I oppose all human rights violators. Fuck off. What a fucking lame excuse. We have years worth of your one-sided biased propaganda to pick at, but you're seriously going to make that point. Oh, I don't single out Israel. Bullshit. Let's hear you talk about,
just like they say about BD.
Do one video criticizing an adversary of the United States. Don't bring up the US. Don't bring up any of the US's allies. Don't make any false equivocations. Make that video. Let's see how your audience reacts to that.
Yeah, Fresh News asks, is Kremlin Kyle this much concerned with Ukrainians and Uyghurs cruelty? I believe he's referring to the cruelty enacted against them as he is with the Palestinians. Just asking. No, he's signaling out Israel right now. So
I'm not even sure if he's really made videos about those situations. And if he did, I guarantee you they're bad.
Oh yeah, we know what he's gonna say. CIA propaganda, and for Ukraine, he'll say Russia's sphere of influence, bro. And that there were ethnic Russians on the ground, man, so Putin can do whatever he wants.
Are in favor of singling out Israel.
Yeah, it really wasn't your internet. It is StreamYards.
No, it was absolutely StreamYards. So
I'm not at all singling out Israel, and none of the 18 who did the right thing on this are in favor of singling out Israel. But that will be the reaction. People say, just like they say about BD.
Wait a minute.
We're going to go back.
Not at all singling out Israel, and none of the 18 who did the right thing on this are in favor of singling out Israel. But that will be the reaction.
Stop.
Oh
Stop.
My God.
Out of those people.
Face.
Oh yeah, he really showed us. Out of those people, there might be a few familiar names to everyone. Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar.
Yes, she singled them out. He said that they did the right thing and they're not interested in singling out Israel. Then why did she call sanctions on Iran, economic warfare, but then support the BDS crowd? Why? Why?
You'd have to be completely.
Explain that shit, Kyle.
You'd have to be completely brain dead to think that those people weren't specifically singling out Israel.
Look at this clown ball. Look at him, dude. Look at him.
No one does.
That?
Ilhan Omar, you brought it up, but that's a great point. Like, she is a blatant hypocrite. She supports sanctions for Israel, sanctions for real human rights violators. No, that's wrong. That's war crimes. Sanctions against Israel, that's good.
What is this?
But she's not singling out Israel.
Look, I know it's an ad hoc. Oh, that's an ad hoc. What the hell is going on?
He was way too excited for that particular moment.
Oh my God.
People say, just like they say about BDS, oh my God, you want to do boycott, divestment, and sanctions to make Israel abide by international law and give Palestinians their human rights? How could you say that? You're singling out Israel, and it must be anti-Semitic.
Yes.
Yeah, then explain her opposition.
It is a hate group, Kyle.
Explain her opposition to Iran sanctions. Not to mention,
he's skating by that. Like, see his little slick thing? He's not going to address that. He's not going to address why people, when you support BDS. By the way, of course, you're singling out Israel when you support BDS. It's a movement that's only designed at singling out and targeting Israel. You fucking imbecile. But the real hypocrisy is supporting BDS and being offended at sanctions on Turkey and Iran. That's the problem. Or sanctions on Venezuela. Oh, those are wrong. Those hurt people. Sanctions on Israel, that's okay. You know what that tells the world? This person really has something against Israelis. I wonder why. Now, we could sit here cluelessly and just say, I don't know. The facts aren't in. Or we can make some reasonable guesses as to why that is. I have some ideas, but maybe I'll keep them to myself because they're a little spicy.
Is it anti-Semitic? Is it Islamophobic when I criticize the Saudi government for beheading people in the public squares?
Go fuck yourself.
Actually, it's not necessarily that it's Islamophobic per se. I mean, he supports Iran. I would describe it as racist, though, because this charge, Saudi Arabia did 9/11, even though Al-Qaeda and the Taliban did 9/11. Oh, but Saudi Arabia, man, they're Arabs. They were from Saudi Arabia. That's as dumb as saying that the ISIS fighters that defected from Canada to fight with ISIS, that was Canada's doing. It's like, you wouldn't say it about Canada, but you'll say it about Saudi Arabia. Why? Because they're Arabs. They're all the same, man. They're all brown. That's basically what it is. So.
I do agree that that's a xenophobic accusation for sure, or at least has a hint of xenophobia. But no, we wouldn't call criticisms of Saudi Arabia necessarily Islamophobic. We don't even necessarily disagree with some of the things you would accuse Saudi Arabia of. Obviously, we disagree with the charge of doing a genocide in Yemen because that's completely unfounded. But when it comes to the domestic policy, no, you're probably on point there. However, you don't understand the situation that the world is in right now. You don't understand why we need Saudi Arabia for the time being. That is like an impossible concept to you.
Yeah.
Islamophobic? Is that what that is? All these bullshit weaponized identity arguments, complete trash. Not mildly.
See, I guess he's doing, I'm against identity politics. He said, here's the problem, right? If you're in Israel, it's kind of hard not to be into identity politics because you got a group of the Syrian government, the Iranian government, Hezbollah, Hamas, Fatah, all these other groups that want to wipe you off the face of the earth. And they say shit like, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. What does that mean? Butcher all the Jews and take control of the land. That's what that means. So, I mean...
The true occupation is that they're there at all.
Yeah, the true war crime is Jews, basically, to these people. So.
I mean, this is just preposterous.
And by the way, like, I know we'll have some brainlets come at me and be like, oh, well, Kyle's very educated and he's got a degree. He can't be that stupid and everything. When Kanzik and Wyatt were on the other day, we went through a survey that was compiled by 3 academics that was released about a month and a half ago, where they demonstrated conclusively with basically impossible to game tests that were that was basically trying to gauge anti-Semitism in very educated people that would be smart enough to not answer yes to questions like, do you hate Jews? They had to come up with more subtle stuff. They found that getting a 4-year degree resulted in about a 7-point increase in general anti-Semitism compared to the general population, but that a master's degree or higher resulted in an average of between about 14% and in one particular test that they did, 32% increase in anti-Semitic bias compared to the general population. And so you'll have people like these brainlets that say, oh, well, people are more educated or whatever. Well, they can't be that anti-Semitic like the rural folks or whatever. It's like, at least in the United States, the rural people without degrees tend to be less anti-Semitic than people with 4-year degrees and way less anti-Semitic than people with master's degrees or higher. So, and I wonder why. Could it have anything to do with a lot of the tropes and everything employed by pro-BDS professors across the university? That's a problem in Canada. You know, like I took political science classes, and a couple of the profs I had, they were like basically one step away from taking the mask off. You know, they would do all the memes about Israel. They'd never specifically state that they hated Jews, but they're too educated to fall into that trap. So
I don't hate Jews. I just hate half the Jews.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is, one of the tests you might ask, well, what did they do? How would they gauge that? One of them was asking about, just schools, private schools, that kind of stuff. Do you think that the government should have more sort of enforcement, more of a role in curriculum and that kind of stuff? And in the general example or the non-Jewish example, it turned out that the more educated you were, the more you supported the government having, more restrictions on religious teaching. But then on the Jewish one, that's when it was way up. The more educated you were totally against like Jewish schools, that kind of stuff and everything. And it's like, it was clear. And they used 7 different examples, but the 4 that they go through in the article that they used were like basically as comparable as you can get. So another one that's a little bit more controversial, and I don't believe this was one of the 4 that they deemed to be totally comparable, but it was the Jewish funerals versus BLM protests. Turned out that the higher educated that you were way more likely to see Jewish funerals as a big problem, but give a pass to BLM protests, even though you were sometimes talking about 10,000 times as many people being present at the BLM protests. And this is both asking about, well, what's the problem with COVID? And so that was another example that they went through. And what it really gets at is that there's a bias in higher education that's at a minimum against Israel, but also against Jews, Jewish culture, et cetera, in general. So,
well, yeah, not all those questions are specifically dealing with Israel, but
no, and that wasn't dealing with Israel, by the way. They weren't trying to deal with Israel. They were trying to gauge anti-Semitism in academia, because how would you normally survey people? You'd ask them, do you feel like these people are the same as you? And it's like, some people might be dumb enough to answer the wrong answer to that, but you're not going to get somebody with a PhD that's dumb enough to fall for that. But if you're asking a bunch of people with PhDs a question about, say, I think it was like Sikh schools or something, and then you're asking a different group of people with PhDs, but from the same sample, about Jewish schools, and it turns out from that random sample, there's a huge bias against Jewish schools over any of the other religions, well, you can infer something there. And there's no way that they would have known, because if you're in that group that's not asked about the Jewish example, you got no clue what they're trying to gauge. And if you're in the group that's asking about the Jewish example, you might think they're just asking you your thoughts about government involvement in education. So, but there you go. Anyway,
I was going to say before we get back into this, while he's decrying identity politics, criticism is very dependent on context. If somebody was saying, I am against Saudi Arabia for the simple reason that they are a country that has Muslims, the population is majority Muslim, I could even, somewhat I could get behind that. I'm a critic of Islam, but at the same time, some of that could be overgeneralized and it could be unfair. And to be honest with you, a lot of the people are not supportive of the oppressive nature that the country has been organized in for the longest time. That's why they support MBS. They want reform. That's the problem there. The same thing goes here. Criticizing Israel, whatever. Every nation is going to get criticism along the way. The problem with an organization like BDS is why they are criticizing Israel and what they are attempting to do to Israel. At that point, it's beyond criticism. At that point, it is an active campaign to punish and harm Israel and Israelis. That's what it is. He doesn't get that, though. He's just going to dismiss that as identity politics. Wow.
Yeah, identity politics. By the way,
it's just idpol, man. That's all.
That was a recent quote from Vosh: "The existence of Israel gives rise to anti-Semitism." So.
Yeah, the state that is meant to harbor the Jews and keep them safe. One of the few places in the world they can live safely, relatively. I mean, they have rockets falling on their head.
Yeah,
that tells you something. One of the safest places in the world for Jews is a place where you have rockets falling on your head every week.
Well, Vosh was complaining to Dylan Burns today about how, and he basically was trying to press Burns, and he's like, look, you've got to admit, though, that Israel's able to go in and bomb and capture and deal with any of the military commanders of Hamas, but they're not able to do the same to Israel, right?
That's good. That's good. That's a good situation.
I know Dylan Burns is like, he's in a tough situation because it's his job and this is his source of income. And he doesn't agree with us on stuff, on a lot of stuff. But I know he's smarter than to do the false equivalence there. But he has to respond in such a way as to not turn off Vosh's audience because they're the ones that subscribe to him over on Twitch, basically. And that's a tough situation to be in, honestly. I mean, that's why, it's a tough one. It's just the answer that he gave was that Israel basically has a right to protect itself. But he runs the risk now of having a lot of the Vosh sims no longer like him anymore. I mean, they were talking about somebody else that was on Vosh recently that's like still in the community as like a Zionist and everything. I mean, because if you get labeled a Zionist in that community, people don't like you. I mean, Zionist is literally an insult to those people. So, and Dylan Burns not like a Zionist, but he does think that, and he said, and he couched it though to try to not like make everything be intensely anti him. He said, well, all states have a right to protect themselves. So that's what he said. And see, the thing is, I don't agree with that. I believe that all states will protect themselves. Like, if people are going to be like, oh, well, yeah, but you wouldn't like it if North Korea nuked you. It's like, yeah, I wouldn't. They have the capability to do so. And I guarantee you, if you were to go in there and do an invasion to rid the regime, they would nuke us. Like, I don't like that. I don't think they have a right to do it, but they have the capability to do it. That's what they're going to do. If I was Kim, I would do it. Like, the same thing with Russia. You invade Russia, Putin's going to nuke you. That doesn't mean he has a right to do it, but he's going to do it. That's what they do. That's their nature. But so I don't agree that they have a right to do it because I don't agree with their legitimacy in the first place. But I guess it was a way for him to basically say that Israel has a right to protect itself without everything spiraling into like, are you a Zionist or something? Like, I think on the whole, given that he was speaking to Vosh and given that a lot of the people that are listening to him are way more to the left of him on foreign policy, I think he actually handled the interview okay, honestly. even though I disagree with a ton of the stuff that he said, because at least maybe people will be exposed to somebody that's somewhat in the direction of reason, you know, because they're not going to listen to us.
No.
You know, like
sometimes that's what you have to work with. And I wouldn't envy being part of that community, because I mean, that's the situation that you get put in. If you are an active supporter of Jewish self-determination, they'll view you as a fascist or a Nazi even, which is ridiculously offensive, but whatever.
Arthur's saying that Vosh banned him from his website for being a Zionist. Does he actually ban Zionists? Because like I got banned from infrared stuff today, but
I'm sure if anyone does, it's Vosh.
That's wow, amazing. You should debate him. Like I'll debate him. I'm not even sure how to go about getting a debate with Vosh. I would absolutely debate him.
Well, you gotta pay him $200. I heard.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
That's not worth it.
Convincing, and if you're even mildly convinced by it, you're a fucking idiot. So this shit.
Hey man, he just insulted us.
We got to go back. What's he even talking about? We've lost it.
All these bullshit weaponized identity arguments, complete trash. Okay. Not mildly convincing. And if you're even mildly convinced by it, you're a fucking idiot.
Okay, there you go. There's the context.
Oh,
you're an idiot if you believe there is a bigoted intent behind an organization like BDS. That they don't exist. They don't exist as we're just we're critics. We're just giving you criticism. No. It is a hate group, Kyle. It is a hate group that doesn't support the right for Israel to exist as a nation. But apparently you're an idiot if you believe wait a minute. You're an idiot if you believe that BDS is singling out Israel. That's the entire point of BDS. Wow. I've got nothing.
Yeah, and before Cal would say, yeah, but technically they don't say boycott, divest, sanction Israel. You could do BDS against North Korea, man.
Yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting for that.
So this shit needs to stop. And again, this is one of those things where history is not going to judge this kindly. Not even close.
Oh.
This is not a hard question. Sure.
Yeah, Zausch is saying, I think Vausch would be psyched to debate. Kevin just got to set it up somehow. Yeah, no, I'm sure he's watched me on Dylan Burns, probably. So, because he watches those hippy-dippy things. He probably didn't really like what I had to say about American foreign policy. So.
I very much doubt that.
Of course, you cut off all weapons.
Oh, God, StreamYard.
So this shit needs to stop. And again, this is one of those things where history is not going to judge this kindly. Not even close. This is not a hard question. Of course, you cut off all weapons to human rights violators, to international law violators. Of course you do that. But see, the problem is this. We're the number one violator in the world.
Oh,
he said it in the video.
That's this video. That's this video. I didn't know that this is this video. Oh my God, this is the big brain moment. This is the galaxy brain. Dude, this is getting screenshotted right here. This is Galaxy Brain Kyle. I'm just flipping this out right now. Oh my God, he did the meme. He did the meme.
Yeah, I didn't know he said it in the video. He said it on Twitter. I knew what Kirk was talking about, but
he did the meme. That was this video. It was this video. He did the meme.
World. So, we don't want to, we're partners in crime with Israel.
Oh my God. Even before he does the war crimes. That's got to be coming.
Partners in crime.
Hey, you guys do your fucked up shit, we do our fucked up shit, and we still stick by each other, right? Isn't that great?
Yeah, totally not like Iran and Russia and China and North Korea and everything.
What a completely demented view of the world. Yeah, those are the problematic nations in the world. The U.S. and Israel. Wow.
Wait, Arthur's saying that Vosh diverts foreign policy request debates to Dylan Burns. I've heard him say on stream before that he said, you know, if you want foreign policy analysis, go to Dylan Burns, basically. But him and Dylan Burns don't agree on foreign policy on Israel. So, like, I didn't see Dylan Burns complaining that Hamas didn't have the same capability as Israel. So, I mean, what? Like, okay, well then that's an L for Vosh then. I've already debated Dylan Burns on North Korea. So, but yeah. Anyway, we're gonna get back to the video.
That's the way it works.
Oh wow, StreamYard's screwing up again. Okay.
Yeah, they're right. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? That's the way it works.
Oh, of course.
And military-industrial complex keeps making their profits. The Israel lobby keeps influencing politicians massively. And Palestinians are screwed. And so we're not some sort of objective arbiter of peace talks to get some sort of, you know, reasonable conclusion to the conflict. No. We're on a side. And it's obvious. And if the U.S. government couldn't even say this,
okay, Kyle,
there's no
fair.
moral...
We're on a side. We're on the side that actually has a society. We're on the side of a legitimate state. We're not on the side of territories, ragtag territories that either are terrorists or are run by people who enable terrorism. Those are your options. Who do you think we're going to side with? Are we going to side with the terrorists, the people who pay terrorists, or the liberal democracy? Yep, military-industrial complex.
Yep, spooky.
Authority on anything.
People are making profits, therefore it's wrong.
Well, that was the big brain boy, the Green Goblin, Kremlin Kyle. So dismal, absolutely dismal analysis. Let's do one more video and then we'll go to an intermission. So
that's a good call. I think. Oh, jeez. I got a short one for you.
Is this a Medhurst one?
This is going to be painful. The video is called "The Truth About Israel."
Yeah, this one's short.
I also
every
haven't
single
seen
time they talk about Palestine, they always want to make.
Wait, who's they? Wait.
What's up with that scarf?
Wait, hold on. There has to be some prior context. He didn't just start the video. This has to be a clip from a bigger thing, right?
This is it.
Who's they?
Maybe it's from a stream, but this is all I saw.
Oh my god. That's dumber than Kyle. Oh my god. Okay.
Every single time they talk about Palestine, they always want to make this about Hamas. This is not about Hamas. This is not about Arabs.
No, it's literally about Hamas, dude. Are you stupid?
they kind of have a way of stealing headlines.
Wow.
Versus Jews. People think the Palestinian issue is such a complex issue. It's not. This is an extremely simple matter. This is about human rights.
I bet you Medhurst has all the answers. No, this isn't a complex issue. This is a simple issue. Let me lay it down for you.
Okay,
what's he going to say? He's going to say, settler colonialism, imperialism, blah, blah, fucking blah. This guy is a Syrian who lives in the UK, I believe. He's a sadist, and of course he's coming out against Israel. Of course. Shock to no one.
Shocker.
Every single time they talk about Palestine, they always want to make this about Hamas. This is not about Hamas. This is not about Arabs versus Jews. People think the Palestinian issue is such a complex issue. It's not. This is an extremely simple matter. This is about human rights. This is about standing up to oppressors. This is about exposing colonizers. Palestinian.
Oh my God, he sounds like Joe Louis.
Exposing colonizers. Wow.
Oh,
I wonder, I would love to hear some further thoughts from him about that. What exactly makes Israelis colonizers? What are they colonizing? Where tell me where the Jews aren't allowed to be, because they've already been kicked out of pretty much everywhere in the world.
This is what Arthur has to say, guessing at who they are.
Yeah.
Jews.
Yeah, that's a good guess. I think that's probably dead on the money. Colonizers. Yeah. So we have this guy. He's going to tell us, you know that one place where you thought Jews belonged? They don't actually belong there. They don't belong anywhere.
Are living under an Israeli military occupation. The Israelis treat them like they are subhuman.
No. They live under an Israeli occupation. How do they? What occupation? What are you talking about? This isn't this. They don't understand what a siege is. They don't understand what it means to annex territory. They don't understand what apartheid means. They don't understand what colonialism means. They don't understand any of this. You know what this is? This is a matter of securing one's borders and occasionally diverting troops and missiles into a hostile region ruled by de facto terrorists who are plotting to kill you. Oh, but that's colonialism. You should really just roll over and do nothing. That would be woke. Whatever.
On their own land. As we speak, the Zionists.
The Zionists.
Their own land. I wonder, that's another very interesting question for Medhurst. I wonder what land he thinks the Palestinians are entitled to.
All of it. He's going to say all of it.
Maybe he should watch Daniel Boardman's video on the origins of Palestine.
Yeah.
And how they're not really a real people. There is no. He started out, with Palestine. There is no fucking Palestine. Palestine is a fig. It's like Timbuktu. It's not a real fucking place.
The word isn't even like an organic word either in Arabic either.
No, it's a Roman holdover.
Yeah,
that's what was explained, and I was aware of this partially, the history, but I think Boardman laid it out really well in his video. It is a holdover from what the Romans did to that region. They named it Palestine because they hated Jews and wanted to humiliate them by naming the land after what the Jews called invaders. And then these guys are just going to go on about Palestine. There is no country called Palestine. You're making shit up.
Chanting death to Arabs and smashing in Palestinian-owned stores with the protection of Israeli police. These are pogroms. Right now, Israel is evicting Palestinian families in East Jerusalem and Sheikh Jarrah. Why? To make way for Jewish settlers. People hear this and they go, no.
Oh my God. No. Yeah, Daniel Boardman also went over the background of the Sheikh Jarrah dynamics. And if you actually look into it, there was a court that was going to finalize this before the tensions got out of hand, but basically it was just more or less a legitimate transaction where they didn't do it.
They didn't do it to make way for Israeli settlers. That wasn't the point of this. Those are completely separate things. So you have the court order, and then you have other people who want to, for religious and historical regions, return to that land. That's not the reason it was done. That's not the reason the evictions happen. That's a very different series of events. Do you see why that's different? Do you see why that detail's worth throwing in there? And then he's going to cherry pick these examples where you have some Jewish far-right group that was chanting death to Arabs, as if that's remotely relevant when thousands of rockets are flying at Israel. As if not everyone in the world can obviously look at that and condemn them. I wonder if Richard Medhurst in his video is going to condemn the people who at the mosque, the Palestinians at the mosque, who said bomb Tel Aviv. I wonder if that's going to be fucking brought up.
No way, that's not real. What do you think Israel is? How do you think Israel was built? You think millions of Palestinians just decided to leave their homes behind and burn down their own villages for no reason? Israel's entire existence depends on kicking out Palestinians of their homes and ethnically cleansing Palestine. Since 1948, millions of Palestinians were forced to flee to other countries or displaced internally. And on top of that, they're stateless. This is what Israel is. This is the true face of Zionism, the one they don't want you to see. But no, of course, instead they want you to believe that Israel is the victim. Yes, poor Israel, with its nuclear fucking warheads.
Those warheads, man, those spooky Nukies.
Spooky Nukies.
Spooky Nukies. They really
So if you have nukes, you can't be a victim.
Yeah, if you have nukes, you're a colonizer and a genocider and a war criminal and an oppressor and a colonizer and all those other memes.
And chemical weapons, and Air Force and Navy, and unconditional support from the West, and billions of dollars in military aid every year from the US. Obviously, that's not enough to deal with Palestinians throwing rocks and rockets. Maybe they should go.
Oh my God. Dude, if it weren't for the Iron Dome, about 100 Israelis would be dead right now. It would be basically even in terms of the death toll. Like nine are dead. 9 are dead in Israel that we know of right now. And that's what's shooting 90% of the rockets down. He acts like it's just rocks. Like, by the way, rocks can kill people too. Like, wait, people get arrested for throwing rocks off of bridges. Does he not think that that's a big issue? Or, like, what the fuck?
Free them. They did nothing wrong.
It's just a rock, bro. What's next? Oh, they just had guns. You guys have nukes. It's just a gun, bro.
It was just a gun. I mean, it's not as powerful as a nuke. Good point.
That's the same as like one of these thugs that resist arrest or something, saying to the cops like, "Oh yeah, I just robbed the bank with a gun. You guys have nukes. Like the U.S. Air Force has nukes. You know, it's like, what do I have? I just have a gun. You're oppressors, man.
You're a colonizer.
If the U.S. cops work for the government and the government has nukes, so they're colonizers. So he only had a gun.
Good points all around. You know, it's almost like before 1948, the region that he's calling Palestine, which is a holdover from a Roman name and a British mandate, it wasn't owned by people you call Palestinians. It was owned by the British, who gave it to Israelis, who gave it to Jews. Do you understand that? Do you understand why this happened? This didn't just happen for no reason. There was an actual process behind this.
On Gaza again. I mean, seriously, just look at the death toll.
Look at
the death. Hold on. Okay. We'll get to that.
We didn't get his context.
Force and Navy and unconditional.
Okay, go back. Okay.
This is what Israel is.
No, I'm just going to restart it.
Every single time. The one they don't want you to see. But no, of course, instead they want you to believe that Israel is the victim. Yes, poor Israel, with its nuclear fucking warheads and chemical weapons and Air Force and Navy and unconditional support from the West and billions of dollars in military aid every year from the US. Obviously, that's not enough to deal with Palestinians throwing rocks and rockets. Maybe they should go bomb Gaza again. I mean, seriously, just look at the death toll.
Maybe they should. I mean, that is what they're doing. Maybe they should bomb Gaza again.
No, I was watching an interview with a commander in the IDF today, and he said that after they took out Hamas military intelligence and some of the rocket stockpile that was in that building that everybody's freaking out about because there was press space inside it. It's like, yeah, I got news, dudes. Hamas purposefully positions their military stuff around schools and press corps and everything. That's what they do. They use human shields. That IDF commander said that at this rate, it would take up to 3 years for Hamas to get back to the stockpile that they had before this all started. So they clearly have more work to do. 3 years? Like, no, there's more that needs to be destroyed. I've seen reports saying that they possibly have about 16,000 rockets altogether. They've only fired about 2,500 of them. 3,000 of them. They've got a lot more in there. So,
but they have been set back, which is a positive. But by Richard's logic here, you could say that any nation that gets attacked by a less powerful group is automatically the aggressor.
Yes.
And is not a victim. You could say this about the Assad regime and the groups that they fight, both legitimate rebels and ISIS or various other Islamist groups.
No, but Assad fights America, so therefore Assad's good. Man.
I see. But he has I mean, this state that has the backing of Russia, they're the victims. He's a
still war. 10 times more Palestinians are killed. The majority of
10 times more Palestinians are killed. That's with Israel taking every precaution to reduce collateral damage. But like I said, it would literally be even. 9 out of 10 of the rockets get shot down by the Iron Dome. If it weren't for the Iron Dome, which he's against that foreign aid. He's against the cooperation. He's against helping out with Israel's military. Well, guess what? It would be basically even right now. There'd be about 90 Israelis dead at that rate. And a little over 100.
That would have been fair.
Not to mention, a lot of that death toll in Palestine is literally Hamas militants, whereas the death toll in Israel is civilians. So, whatever.
There are no innocents in Israel.
Yeah, they're
all Zionists.
Zionists, man.
them are civilians. That's not a war or a conflict. That's a fucking bloodbath. And then they want you to believe that Palestinians are.
I mean, that's amazing.
Wait, hold on. Was World War II a war? I'm pretty sure it was a bloodbath. Was it a bloodbath or a war, Reece?
I didn't know there was a difference.
No, that's a new meme. That's a new meme. I don't think World War II was actually a war. That was actually technically a bloodbath. So, oh my God!
I love this talking point of the power imbalances. Like Hamas started this shit.
Oh, yeah.
If they didn't want a response, they shouldn't have fired the rockets in the first place.
But if Israel didn't exist, they'd have nothing to fire the rockets at.
Fair enough.
Big brain boys, right? Oh my God, this guy, man.
Terrorists.
By the way, this is worse than Kyle's take. I'm gonna say it. He's actually worse than Kyle.
Oh, obviously. I mean, this guy is legitimately mask off. He's an open Assadist. Kyle's like an Assadist adjacent, you know.
Totally embarrassing.
You know what? I think Israel sniping journalists, medics, nurses, that is terrorism. Israel bombing UN schools.
Sniping medics? Okay. Whatever.
That is terrorism. Israel ethnically cleansing Palestine. That is terrorism. Tear gassing people inside Al-Aqsa Mosque. That is terrorism. The real terrorist is Israel.
Oh my God.
Tear gassing them in the mosque. No, you mean the terrorists.
Rocks, dude. Like, does he not know anything about what was going on?
Apparently not. Actually, you know what? He does. He's just being disingenuous.
There are pictures, whatever.
Israel and always has been. This is not a complex issue. You are either on the side of the oppressed with the Palestinians, or you are on the side of the Israeli oppressors and colonizers. There is no
colonizers.
Colonizers.
You're on the side of the colonizers.
Oh my God.
I guess we are.
In the end, al-muqawamah, the resistance will prevail.
What does that mean? Oh, that's concerning. What Richard? Who are the resistance? Or does it include Hamas?
No, it's unironically Hamas. They call themselves the Islamic Resistance. So. No. Wow. He's straight up pro-terrorism. Like, oh my God, unbelievable, total cringe, disaster. Fifth column. Like, we can make a debate about Kyle being a useful idiot. Richard Medhurst, 100%. Fifth column. He can get the fuck out of our countries. He lives in what, the UK, or does he live in the US?
I think he lives in the UK.
He lives in the UK. Yeah, get the fuck out of the UK, dude. Like, I mean, the UK recognizes Hamas as a terrorist group. He shows for them. He's a fifth column.
Yeah, no.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. That's not concerning at all. When someone, he starts off the video with, "I'm so tired of the conversation being about Hamas," even though the entire story is about Hamas. And then he ends it with saying, actually, Israel are the real terrorists, and then lists a bunch of bullshit. These are the bullshit reasons they're terrorists.
We should go to an intermission. That was some absolute cringe. I gotta get some water.
I agree with you. We will be back.
Okay, we're back. So thanks for sticking with us, everybody. We're going to move on to the next video. What do you have next lined up for us, OG Hot God?
You know, those were pretty bad, but I thought we'd do this is like a double apartheid of bad. This next one. This video is titled "Silencing Supporters of BDS." Speaking of BDS, that's what we're going to be talking about.
At least it's not a triple apartheid like Israel, so it's not as bad as Israel.
It's close to a triple, and you'll see why here in a minute.
Oh, and this one's as long as the Kyle one.
We can do this.
Well,
oh no! Oh no! We're doing another one. We're gonna have to issue another alert. Okay. We are adequately warned.
I think we're looking at the beginning.
Oh my god!
I told you. It was a double apartheid.
No. It would be facepalm inducing enough. Understand something? It would be a big yikes. We would have been sentenced to 10 years on Yikers Island alone. Had it just been Jimmy interviewing some random nobody, you'd be like, God damn it, we gotta sit through neckbeard Jimmy Dore. He brings on Moron Max. It's double cringe. No, you're totally right. It's double apartheid. Like, it'd be triple apartheid if they brought on Bimbo Kim or Kremlin Kyle or KGB Crystal or some shit, or Chris Hedges or whatever. At least
this is, you're gonna see why in a minute. This is actually, it's kind of like it's like a 2.5 state apartheid, this video.
Oh my god.
But yeah, we not only, Jimmy is like, he's barely going to contribute here. He just kind of nods along like a sniveling little rat. And Max Blumenthal is doing his trademark. He always looks like he's on the verge of tears to me, and sounds like it too. It's quite disconcerting. But they're about to come out in favor of BDS, obviously, and against Israel. Shocker. It's not like that RT video that shocked the hell out of me. That's what I'm waiting for from Jimmy. A pro-Israel Jimmy video. That would break the internet.
That would break the internet. Yeah, it's going to happen like if Israel gets taken over by a communist revolution or something.
Oh yeah, then Israel will be good.
Of a longer horror, and I think it's important to keep the focus on our media.
Max sounds totally dumb, by the way. I'm just going to say that. Just the way that
low energy.
No, everything.
Low stamina.
Yeah, the way that he talks and everything. He's such a boring goober. That's what he is.
He really is, isn't he?
No, but yeah, like if I just called him a goober, it could be high energy, but still a pipsqueak or something. Because like Jimmy's a goober, but Max is a mega lame goober. It's the worst of both worlds, honestly, because you're getting silly, but it's also super lame and boring. So
at least it's not Chris Hedges. That's
true. But like even Chris Hedges, I think the jury's out on who has more energy still.
That is quite the charge against Mr. Blumenthal.
Because Jimmy will say some dumb shit, but at least he'll say it somewhat quickly and he'll have a certain cadence that this guy talks for a living. So does Max, but you wouldn't know that by listening to Max.
Yeah, I think it's the juxtaposition with Blumenthal is amazing to me, because this is the same guy who will post edgy shit making fun of children who die by chemical attacks. But then you actually get him on video and he's like, so, there will be a longer horror and the media is obligated.
And hello, Jimmy Dore is
such
cool
a robot
and good. No. This is like all those anime profile pictures that talk about like giving you free helicopter rides and throwing you off the helicopter because you're a communist lib and everything. And you actually see them in real life, and they're like 400 pounds, low energy, can barely even talk. That's what we're dealing with.
You're a libtard.
You're the lib.
But to also not feel so disempowered. And that's what BDS, boycott, divestment, and sanctions, allows us to do. And
see, he has the like icon and the share graphics, so we got to like and share this.
He's a YouTuber just like everyone else.
Yeah,
there's only one difference. He kind of gets paid by Assad, but
yeah, that's true. No, literally, he got at a minimum of what we know, $2,500 officially from the Syrian state. So, yeah.
Oh, I'm sure that's fine.
There was a very large protest.
Why? Why does he sound like he can't talk?
I'm almost begging for Jimmy to jump in at this point.
No, I prefer listening to Jimmy. I mean, they'll say equally vile stuff, but at least Jimmy can say it in a way that doesn't make you want to just shoot yourself and say, get to the point.
The part that we should key in on is when he was describing BDS, he admitted that an integral part of BDS, the S, is sanctions. They are in support of sanctions on Israel. There's no weaseling out of this. They don't support sanctions on other countries. They support sanctions on Israel as a way of holding them accountable. They don't believe in holding other countries accountable, ever. But Israel, yes.
The White House today, it wasn't really outside the White House because it's like completely fortified.
Right.
Yeah, I
won't.
wonder why. What a mystery.
Oh my God, he's 6 or 5.
Yeah, why couldn't they be on the White House lawn? Whatever happened to free assembly in this country, man?
No, Max is an idiot. He also is low IQ. I mean, Jimmy, on the other hand, he's higher IQ. He knows what he's doing. I mean, you can see the Assad money in his eyes. So.
No, Jimmy's honestly a genius. Like, he does this with his guests. He just kind of sits there. Like, he gets the money, and he just kind of lets them talk. He does this with Chris Hedges. He did this with Aaron Mate. He's just like, yeah, you just keep talking, and I'm going to sit here and nod along. Like, he's basically the Dave Rubin of the left.
Yes.
Fences, and Biden's in there staring.
Oh, okay. StreamYard was screwing up, but you could barely tell with that.
You could barely tell with that
because Max is always malfunctioning as it is. So.
At a blank wall, Blinken's authorizing more weapons shipments, and
like, I'm just expecting you to say, "Hey, man, why come and get a little high, man?"
This is the part of the video where they try to portray the Biden administration as being warmongers.
Oh my God!
They're just
why? Because they authorized a weapon shipment. Oh no!
Oh my God!
What warmongers?
Happen. This is happening because the United States allows it to happen. BDS is the one thing that we can do here in the U.S.
Wait a minute, Max. The United States allows it to happen. Whatever happened to not interfering in what happens in the rest of the world? Why is that our business?
Yeah.
Why is it? Are you asking for the U.S. to be the world's policeman? Why is it our business to be involved?
That's right. Would he be to imply that America is somehow a moral authority on Israel? Then maybe America is a moral authority on Iran. No, Iran's a moral authority.
No, actually, it's clearly Iran over America over Israel. That's the hierarchy.
But Israel is worse. What a loser.
It's worser.
Yes. Yeah. Elsewhere in the West to actually try to get in the way. So we should be demanding that if you have a...
I hate the way he talks. He's so low energy. How does anybody listen to this guy? Like, I get it. You're some isolationist loser. You can listen to Jimmy. You can listen to Kyle. You can listen to Nick Fuentes. How do you listen to this? How do you sit through this? Even Ben Norton doesn't sound this bad. Unbelievable.
Progressive representative, we should be demanding that they endorse BDS and put the stamp of legitimacy.
No, he can't talk. Like, I mean...
Put the stamp of legitimacy.
He sounds like a bot. Like, Jimmy right now is interviewing a bot. This is an NPC that Jimmy programmed.
You know, I always knew that Jimmy Dore would break boundaries one day.
On this call from Palestinian civil society, and that means AOC, that means Jamal Bowman, that means Cori Bush. These members of the squad have not endorsed BDS. It also means, your local city council members and
Well, I mean,
but it's
really,
something we can do.
Really, do they need to do more?
BDS
AOC needs to explicitly endorse BDS. She's already like a blatant Hamas apologist.
No, she's a brunch Democrat, Reece.
She hasn't done enough. Oh, because she had some concerns over BDS. That tells you how bad BDS is, by the way. Like AOC the other day, active, like blatant Hamas apologia. But even she's like, ooh, yeah, I don't really know, you know. And it wasn't even, she probably ideologically agrees with BDS, but it was more just a matter of pragmatism.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, I can't be associated, for the sake of my political career, I can't be associated with these people. Because, yeah, she probably can't. It is a stain to be associated with BDS. As I said earlier, it is a hate group. It's not just a movement of people we disagree with. No, it is a hate group. It's a hate group that supports genocide. Whatever. And they're going to shill for that. And they're going to be like, we need to push people. We need to push people to supporting the pro-genocide movement.
Wow.
I know BDS bothers them because there's a big pushback against it, right? I mean, Abby Martin,
right?
Yeah.
And
what a stunning analysis from Jimmy. Honestly, I miss Max now. That was low energy. That wasn't even trying. You know, I think that they don't like BDS because there's pushback to it, right? Jimmy, just give up, man. You're not even, that's what he seriously said. He seriously said, I think they don't like BDS because there's pushback. Yeah, good guess.
You know, he's another one of the big brain boys.
Usually when I don't like something, I just support it. Like I didn't even think that was an option that you could push back on it.
Oh my.
people have had their rights taken away because they won't sign a loyalty pledge basically to Israel.
No, wrong.
Oh my God! We're going to be here all night. Like this.
We're gonna get real heavy into this. This is where the trifecta of cringe is going to come into effect.
Yeah, no, he does look like he's on drugs.
This is like they're both drugged up. This is like the most druggy video I've ever seen.
They're both doped up to the ninth degree. Like, what is this? What is this?
And
well, it helps expose the farce of free speech in the West and in the U.S. as well. Abby filing a lawsuit against the state of Georgia for trying to force her to sign oath before speaking at a Georgia State University that she would not advance BDS. She had to basically sign a speech oath.
Okay.
A speech oath. No, he's a bot. He's a bot, guys. Max Blumenthal, more on Max. He should just be Robot Max. He's a bot. He's a bot. He's an absolute bot. He's a drugged up bot. That's what we got. We got an NPC. This is an NPC right here.
Let me explain what they're talking about. They're talking about Abby Martin. Abby Martin filing a lawsuit against the state of Georgia because she feels like her rights were violated because she wasn't allowed. She was basically going to be hired to do a speech for their university, for the official state university. And they said, no, you can't advance BDS. That's actually against the law. That is forbidden by the state of Georgia. They want to turn this into a free speech issue. Now, this is a good thing. It's a good thing that we as a nation do not economically enable BDS as a movement. That is not anti-free speech. They try to make this out as if it's illegal to be a supporter of BDS. That is not true. That is not even remotely true. You can be the most ardent supporter of BDS ever. And then they're going to try to claim that there's a farce of free speech in the West. Get the fuck out of here. Look at the countries you support. You got a cushy tour of Damascus.
Oh,
But you're going to be
God.
complaining about free speech in America and totally misrepresenting the situation. I'll read this real quick. Okay. I love the framing of this. A documentary filmmaker in reference to Abby Martin.
Oh my God.
More like a foreign propagandist. But whatever.
Oh yeah, she used to work at RT. Now she works for Telesur. Great.
I think she might be back with RT. I don't. She's off somewhere, but they're basically the same. Okay. A documentary filmmaker who refused to sign Georgia's required oath involving Israel is suing the state, saying the state is in violation of free speech rights guaranteed by the U.S. Constitution. No, not at all. It wouldn't have passed otherwise. Whatever. A Georgia law passed in 2016 requires some people to sign an oath pledging not to boycott Israel in order to do business. To do business. This is the key part. To do business with the state of Georgia. She was being paid for this speech. You cannot do business with the state. It makes you look. Imagine that. Imagine if you had a business partner and then your business partner came out as a supporter of a hate group like BDS. That would raise some eyebrows.
You have a right. You have a right to get paid big bucks.
That's a business relationship I would instantly sever. Just to give my personal view. This is not a free speech issue.
No, you're for cancel culture, Reece.
Oh yeah, cancel culture. Well, ironically, here I do believe they're supporting a form of cancel culture too because they want to cancel Israel. I want to cancel people who are against Israel. That's perfectly fine with me, in the sense that I do not wish to economically enable them ever.
No, you're for the colonizer. They have nukes.
We should give them more money so they can make more nukes.
They have colonial nukes, dude. They have colonial uraniums, man.
It's amazing, man.
To be muzzled.
Okay, this is a little bit more. Okay, so this is the real context. The law requires anyone who wants to contract with the state of Georgia for services worth more than $1,000 sign the oath. The oath applies whether you are a substitute teacher who wants to work for our public school system, whether you are a construction worker who wants to build something for our state, or whether you are a journalist who speaks at a state university. There you go. It's about doing business. This is not a free speech issue. In the US, you can actually support pretty much anything. It's amazing the shit we let people get away with. That's just how open and free of a society we are. Other countries don't really do that. You can be a BDS supporter. In fact, you can do a fucking show where all you do is talk about BDS and make millions of dollars. Oh, but my free speech. Abby Martin was oppressed. Yeah, I can't wait to see that lawsuit just flame out of existence. That's not going anywhere. She is a goon. She's a goon for the enemies of America, actively.
Yep.
Oh no, she's a documentary filmmaker
and a goon.
Yeah, maybe in the same way Lauren Southern's a documentary filmmaker.
University that she would not advance.
I mean, Kim Jong-il filmed some documentaries back in the day.
Ah, good point.
He's a filmmaker, man. He even kidnapped some South Korean directors to do the filming. So.
He's an artiste.
Yeah, he's an artiste and a genius.
BDS. She had to basically sign a speech oath to be muzzled. Roger Waters, there was an attempt to prevent him from performing in Long Island because he had supported BDS. I believe that was supported by Andrew Cuomo. Cuomo has advanced bills that would basically ban businesses from refusing to do business with the state of Israel or its occupation. These are attacks.
That sounds good to me. That's like the one good thing Cuomo did.
Direct attacks on the First Amendment, and they're passing in state.
No.
By the way, this is a 6-minute video. Listening to Blumenthal for 10 seconds feels like a minute.
Yeah, so this is like an hour in Blumenthal years.
After state, legislature after legislature. While the U.S. goes around Blinken goes around advancing the rules-based international order and claiming the U.S. is some bastion of freedom. So it's not just the hypocrisy on Assange; it's that at home.
Oh God,
we don't actually see it's hypocrisy because we don't actually have freedom here because you're not allowed. If you're working as a representative of the state, you're not allowed to speak favorably for BDS during that specific function. You can speak in favor of BDS at any other point. You can speak in favor of BDS literally the second you're done doing your event. Oh, but no, you can't do it there. So therefore you don't have any free speech. Therefore we don't have freedom. That's what he's telling you. He is trying to, you would have to be functionally brain dead if you lived in the United States and you actually bought into this. Or are you just sitting around like, oh, I don't have freedom. That's true. I can't do anything. I'm just an American. Oh, that's what watching Max Blumenthal for hours a day does to you. It just, low stamina. These drooling idiots who seriously believe they're oppressed because they're Americans don't know how fucking lucky they are. Don't know how fucking good they have it. There's a world of suffering out there. I would love to introduce you to it. Oh, but no, they're going to complain. Oh, God. I can just do or say whatever I want. What a terrible life.
Private citizens are having their speech muzzled simply because they're disgusted by seeing Palestinians be ethnically cleansed and bombed into smithereens in an open-air prison.
Oh my God, dude. We have Andrew saying here, the last 3 vids, including this one, everyone had like a personality disorder. One makes all these faces, referring to Colin Kyle while he talks. One screams at you, that's Richard, and this one is on dope. You just be like normal person talking, anyone. I mean,
look at you people fucking normal.
The most normal person of all the 4 in terms of their cadence is actually Jimmy Dore.
That's true. Well, and it's not a matter of cherry picking. I went to the most popular channels of our opposition.
That's true.
The people what I instantly thought of off the top of my head.
Yeah, we didn't go to Haas. We went to Big Monkeys. So.
Yeah, we didn't have to dig up some lol cow. No, the lol cows are at the top.
Yeah, they have 1 million subs.
It's a movement of lol cows. There's not a reasonable person involved. We're not going to find a normal person has this viewpoint.
They're the brainlet brigades. So.
Well, BDS, I almost said BDSM. BDSM is.
That's actually a little funny.
Hurting them. I bet that does hurt.
BDSM also
hurts.
It can hurt everyone if you don't do it properly.
Right.
Okay, guys. Joke's over. Now it's just a little creepy. I don't like the way Blumenthal's looking at me talking about painful BDSM.
Oh my God.
Not a fan.
You need to have a safe word.
Now, when you do BDS, is there a safe word?
Is there a safe word for this video?
The safe word is fuck.
Oh God.
This is cringe now. I don't know. I mean, it was cringe before, but this is above and beyond.
Pure cringe. It's triple apartheid cringe, not double apartheid. Triple.
This video isn't safe for work. No, not even close.
Oh my God. Yeah, the comrade cringe over here, doped up.
Comrade cringe.
I mean, my God.
I am done boycotting. Stop the boycotting. It's mid-scene.
The safe word is liberation. When Palestinians are finally free, there's no more BDS. And what BDS does is it removes the sense of normalcy that Israelis in Tel Aviv have, that they think that they can just continue to go into army service and continue.
Wait, they literally have to. Hold on a second. Is he aware that even women in Israel are conscripted? Does this guy know anything about the region? What the fuck? What do you mean?
This is when his analysis is going to get very cringe. You're going to get
these people talk about America. They talk about the U.S. Army, talk about the U.S. military, as if all the poor boys, they didn't have a choice. They were sent over for the endless wars, and they just want to come home. Yet he's talking about the IDF as if, oh, it's just normal, and they just want to join. It's all volunteer and everything, man. Listen to the framing here, because in Israel, it actually is a conscription army. I'm against conscription. I'm not against conscription in Israel. I understand why they have to do it. I'm against the situation that leads to them having to do conscription. I think conscription, by and large, is counterproductive. And you know, Israel is one of the few countries that does conscription where the quality of their troops, I mean, it's still worse than their professional troops. That even a conscript troop in the IDF is going to be better than a professional troop in most countries in the world. I mean, in terms of the quality of that, North Korea has a lot of conscripts, and they have, you know, professionals too. And the quality of their conscripts is very low. The quality of the conscripts in Israel, I mean, they do 2 years of service. You're not going to have like a 20-year, you know, experience in combat or whatever. In that case, if all you're doing is 2 years, like conscripts across the board are always not going to have the same experience as professional soldiers, but they don't have a choice. They have to have both. And he talks about it as if it's all cushy and it's just fun and just, you know, it's like going camping or something. What a fucking disgusting characterization of the IDF and their sacrifice. Hey, Max Blumenthal, you're fucking garbage, dude.
I second that. Now, this is when his analysis is going to get real bad. You're going to detect massive levels of jealousy. Basically, what he's going to say here, he's going to express how upset he is at how good life is in Israel, how good the Jews have it. Believe it or not.
Oh, it's not like anybody's ever done that before, right? I mean,
especially on this stream.
Oh my God.
To vote for these murderous politicians.
No, you see what I'm saying? Like, StreamYard is not screwing up right now, but you get that feeling like, is it? It feels, it's anxiety inducing because I'm like, shit, do I have to restart this? No. Everything is working fine here. We have the fiber optic internet going right now. Everything's great.
Maybe we need to play more Max, because then it doesn't matter if StreamYard messes up.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, it's just, we can just keep it going because there's no difference.
He's unbelievably grating to listen to.
And continue to support the apartheid structure of the state, and then exist in a city that's facing.
No, can somebody restart Max? Like,
his batteries are running low.
Oh my God.
Europe, that feels very much like a part of Europe, and they get to go have concerts.
I like Nuclear Boogaloo's nickname for him now, Malfunctioning Max. That's a good one.
Bring it back a sec. This is where it gets good.
Structure of the state, and then exist in a city that's facing Europe, that feels very much like a part of Europe, and they get to go have concerts with top pop stars and pretend that they exist outside of the occupation that's really 15 or 20 minutes away, that Palestinians can never escape. That's the point of it.
Hold on. There's no occupation. This is the jealousy over the quality of life in Israel is staggering to me. Oh man, they just get to have these prosperous, successful, fun lives. How is that fair? The Palestinians, what do they have? What do they have? They've got nothing. They're still hung up over bitter grudges, and will be forever. They're not gonna do shit. When is there gonna be a top pop star visiting Gaza? We're waiting. Max is saying this is the point of BDS. We don't like it how good the Israelis have it. We don't like their quality of life. We don't like that they get to go to the concerts. Anytime Israel's mentioned, we're upset. We don't like the way they handled COVID-19 pretty much flawlessly, to the point that they're done with it. Like they're pretty much good to go. They were one of the first countries to be basically fully vaccinated, if not the first. I don't exactly remember. But that's the thing. They look at the situation. They are absolutely enraged that Israel is as modern as it is, that it's as free and tolerant as it is. He said it himself. Oh, it looks like a part of Europe. It doesn't, but that's not right. Because look at what they're doing. They're doing this occupation. What occupation? They left Gaza over 10 years ago. And being in Gaza was justified in the fucking first place. Of course they were going to be in Gaza. And of course they make regular incursions into Gaza still. That's an occupation, apparently. That would be like if we were being attacked by the cartels originating from Mexico, and then we sent some troops over to deal with it, and then people said, oh, you're occupying Mexico. End the occupation. No. No. What sense does that make? Again, they are so used to preaching to the choir. They throw out all these terms. There's never an explanation. There's never even an attempt to justify their position. It's just apartheid, occupation, BDS. Doesn't it make sense? Follow the pipeline. That's it. How is this compelling if you're not already like neck deep in anti-Semitic propaganda? If I'm a new person, like I come across, imagine this is the first video I hear. I'm thinking, what the fuck are these people talking about?
No, but here's the problem, Reece. You're like in your 20s. These people, Vosh, all these people, they get their fans when they're like, you know, just learning about politics for the first time, like 13, 14, 15-year-olds on YouTube. You know, I'm sure there are a lot of 20-year-olds and some 30-year-olds that watch their show. I know Vosh's average age is like 16 or something, 17. That's how we get these people, because how would you know any better? How would you know all the anti-Semitic tropes? How would you have the ability to read through the dog whistles? You wouldn't. You would just buy into it. All your friends watch it. All your politically engaged friends watch it. That's how they get people.
I don't expect people to necessarily know everything, but what I do expect of people is to question things a little bit more. So when you have someone who's just throwing out all these buzzwords, apartheid, occupation, what does that mean? Oh, occupation. They're talking about East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights. Oh yeah, they won those in the war. Are you saying you don't? Are you saying that you think it was wrong that Israel won that war? Very interesting. I wonder what Max Blumenthal's ideal Middle East would look like. I think it would look very different from ours. That's just my guess. That's what I said on Twitter recently too. It is a dog whistle to me. Any time someone mentions Israeli occupation, I take it to mean instantly they're saying they don't like that Israel won the 6-day war.
Yeah.
You have international law coming down on them. Oh, they took this territory. Yeah, really. You should give it back. You should give it back to Jordan. Objectively, if we're talking about East Jerusalem, objectively, it is a better place to live for everyone because of Israel. There is more religious tolerance under Israel. There was zero fucking religious tolerance under Jordan.
Yeah.
The world is a better fucking place because of Israel's supposed occupation. So cut the fucking shit. I'm so sick of this fucking nonsense, man. The world, it doesn't even matter. International law be damned. There are a bunch of bureaucratic hacks who enable China and Russia. They can go fuck themselves. Israel's quote-unquote occupation has made the world a fucking better place, and I will die on this hill till the day I'm gone from this earth. It's the fucking truth, and no one's going to grapple with that.
No, absolutely. We stand with Israel forever. Like, and then that's the thing. I'll say the same thing that Devin Tracy said the other day. Like, if I got people that watch this show or whatever that disagree and they're siding with Hamas on this one, let me know. Like, I'll debate you.
Oh, Jesus. That would probably be the most insane debate you've ever done.
No, I know that's a bit more generous than Devin. Devin was like, yeah, tell me so you can get the fuck out. Whereas for me, I'm like, I'll debate you. That's it. That's it. You know, if you really are fifth column and everything, you are that disgusting, let me know. Let me know. Because I know basically everybody here tonight is a hawk, but if we got simps for Hamas, I want to know about it. So you come here and you debate me, and then we're done. So,
so if some major pop star wants to perform in Tel Aviv,
by the way, they're not going to do it. All these Hamas simps and stuff, they refuse to actually debate me. Like, I mean, you'll have people that'll debate me, mostly like you right-wing people, isolationists on foreign policy and stuff. But none of the comrades that I've seen on Twitter, they all refuse to debate me on this. They're pathetic. So
they're going to hear from BDS advocates, and in many cases, they do not show up, and people in Tel Aviv have to grapple with the fact. This is what white Afrikaners in South Africa also had to grapple with when, like, their Springboks rugby team was unable to find any venue to play in outside of South Africa.
We're seriously talking about South Africa.
He just compared Israel to South Africa.
Yeah, no difference whatsoever.
Wow.
And it's actually like trying to act like BDS has been successful as a movement. What the fuck have you accomplished?
Nothing. I mean, here's the thing. I told people, you know, you should buy stuff from Australia and screw over China. Also, if you have the opportunity to buy stuff from Israel, Israel's based. Additionally, I guarantee you, well, I mean, the video's almost over, but you know what they go to after South Africa? They always do. Well, you know, Israel's kind of like the Nazis, man. You know it. You know when these
of course
Israel hasn't done it. You know, the Jews are the actual Nazis, man. So.
I'm just curious. I'm looking things up. Okay, Tel Aviv concerts. June 20th, Celine Dion. Oh wow, BDS is really just kicking everyone out.
Yeah,
they've got a fuck ton of concerts. What are you talking about?
I guess that makes her a colonizer.
She's an official colonizer.
She has nukes, dude, because colonizers have nukes.
And then a bunch of Israeli musicians I've never heard of. Okay, there you go. How dare Israel be prosperous and successful?
Yeah.
It's so, I mean, like, literally, this is what, like, we were making a joke about that earlier. Bringing up the concerts. You may as well be doing a dancing Israeli meme. Look, they're dancing and having fun while meanwhile there's an occupation. A quote-unquote occupation. An occupation in East Jerusalem where they allow the Palestinians in to worship. It sounds like a shitty occupation to me. Sounds like a really ineffectual. It's about as effectual as Saudi Arabia's genocide in Yemen. It's that level of occupation.
So World War III, basically.
They let them in, and they give them those privileges. They protect those privileges, even though if it were the other way around, they would not be getting the same treatment. That's how good Israel is. Israel goes out of its way to treat its mortal enemies with dignity.
Look at Jimmy. I
mean, he's collecting money while doing nothing, as always. He's got the greatest grift ever. He just, like, even better than Kyle. He just sits there, brings on some wacko, and just lets him go off.
That's true.
Kyle, the only problem here is you brought on a robot who's putting us all to sleep.
That's true. Hey, but if we fall asleep, more watch time, right? We can't exit the video.
Play in outside of South Africa.
Okay, StreamYard is screwing up this time. Before it was Max that was malfunctioning. Now StreamYard's malfunctioning.
I think his malware is affecting StreamYard in some way.
Yeah, that's what you call the malware Max, malfunctioning Max, moron Max.
Find any venue to play in outside of South Africa because no one wanted to collaborate with apartheid. This is what Israel needs to experience, and this is the peaceful appeal.
By the way, that would be the just dictionary definition of xenophobia. If you had other countries, and by the way, this does happen, other countries do ban Jews, but if you had supposedly enlightened countries banning Israeli musicians from performing because they were Israeli, it's not something to celebrate. That's called being fucked up. There's a difference between opposing musicians performing because they're pro BDS. Okay, that's opposing an individual who's in support of a hate group. Opposing Israelis from performing, you're opposing them based on their nationality, you fucking moron. And that's okay. Apparently that's woke. That's the new progressive line. That's okay. That's what BDS is about? Well, then fuck BDS. Oh, we don't want these Israelis to perform. These dancing Israelis. Fuck them. Because that's supporting Israel. Because they're from Israel. They're Israelis. I hope Israeli musicians rake in more money than you ever will, Max, off your little grift. And I hope this comes to a Hindenburg-style burning crash at some point for you. Because you are boring as fuck.
Peaceful appeal to Western sensibilities. It's the olive branch that Arafat offered in one hand at the UN, and in the other hand, he held a rifle and he said, that's the alternative. And so today we're seeing the alternative. We're seeing the rifle because justice delayed is justice denied.
Oh my God. That delivery, bro.
How is that inspiring to anyone?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Can you imagine, like, you have some figure or something that's, seen as this inspirational public speaker, and they're just like, justice delayed is, it's justice denied, man. What?
Imagine if MLK's famous speech was like that.
No, I know. It's like I have a dream or something.
Or something.
I mean, yeah, that's the ticket. That's the ticket. Like, at Max, by the way, dude, Max, what the hell is going on, dude? How much drugs have you done today, dude? Like, wow.
Wow, man. Justice delayed.
Out. Dude, he's tripping out. Like, wow, dude.
There's no justice to achieve here. Justice is achieved. Justice is done. The real mission is liberating the people of Gaza and the people of the West Bank, but you don't want to talk about that. Yeah, that's the real justice that needs to be done.
Justice delayed is recalculating route. Is justice recalculating denied? Yeah, no, like, he's malfunctioning.
And that's not going to happen. The U.S. isn't going to. Israel's not even going to do it. You know why? Because Israel isn't. They're not necessarily imperialists, like people would say. They're not going to annex Gaza. They don't believe in taking over Gaza. Their primary purpose is keeping the Gazan extremists out. That is what they're interested in. It would be a massive undertaking. I know we've talked about this before. It would be a massive undertaking to go in, systematically root out extremists, and to de-radicalize the population to the point that they could coexist alongside Israelis. But it is a noble goal, all the same. That's the true justice that needs to be achieved in the world, Max. But you don't want to talk about that. You want to complain that the Israelis have it so good while they're being attacked.
Okay, StreamYard is screwing up now. Okay.
And in the other hand, he held a rifle and he said, that's the alternative. And so today we're seeing the alternative. We're seeing the rifle because justice delayed is justice denied. And when injustice enters, when injustice appears, the sword enters the world. That's what we learn in our tradition.
Dude, get it together. What is this? What is this?
You know, that was not the ideal point to go full screen on Max Blumenthal. Like,
What?
they go full screen like, okay, this is your moment, Max. You're going to make your final big speech here. And that was it. Are you convinced?
Lackluster loser. Oh my God.
Low stamina.
Low energy loser.
Stumbling and mumbling.
Mumbling and mumbling.
I mean, he really is the worst of it. Like, I can't think of another person in their camp who's this bad of an orator.
He sucks. What? How disappointing. What an anticlimactic clown show, man. Unbelievable. What malarkey are we witnessing right now? He gets paid for this?
Unprecedented levels of malarkey at this point.
I didn't even think this was possible. He's not a troll, right?
He's proof positive.
He's not a troll. He's not a troll.
You can make a career off of a grift having no charisma and no talent and no knowledge of what you're talking about. Like, that's like, he's like a black hole of inconsistencies. It's amazing.
These guys get, what was it last time we checked, something like 13,000 a month on their Patreon. It's just something stupid. Wow.
Oh, that's right. We were looking at their stupid tier.
No, it was so stupid. And by the way, if you want to support them and you're like, well, I got $7 together, no. You gotta have $13.50 a month to start with. They're not interested in your $7. You can fuck off with your $7. They don't want it. Unless you can donate $13.50 a minimum, they're not interested in your money. That's how big of a grift they have, where they can just say, no, you want to help us, you got to be $13.50 a month or more.
Well, they got some suckers reeled in, so I guess that's something.
A lot. They had like 800 patrons. Some of them were paying.
Who's the bigger fool, the fool or the fool who follows him?
Well, I mean, with Kyle's the lesser fool, but with Max, it's a bit more up in the air. I mean, look at this guy. Oh man.
And that's what we're seeing play as very basic. So BDS is just a basic part, something everyone.
Yeah, no, I'm not liking this video, dude. You could do that stupid graphic, but it's not going to mass.
Hey man, they told
you just brought on is a bot. He's a malfunctioning bot.
Maybe they can get some bots to upvote it.
Some
fellow bots.
And it's treated as anti-Semitic Nazism and terrorism by our mainstream.
Yes.
By the way, to the 1350 thing, that's because I'm in Canada, so it shows me the money in Canadian dollars. I think it's $10 or $11 American. But normally on StreamYard to start, or not on Patreon to start, normally most creators have like a $2 or $3 tier. Theirs starts at like $10 or $11.
That's utterly ridiculous. Hold on, for this.
By the way, for the reference, the average patron on the site across all content creators contributes $7 a month to their to those that they're supporting. So their minimum ask is already 1.5 times the average on Patreon. Total greedy fucks. So,
but they stand against capitalism.
Oh yeah, they're comrades, man. You gotta be 1350 to be a comrade. The 1350 comrades.
Yeah,
Democratic politician.
Let's go back a minute.
I can't tell who's screwing up. I think StreamYard's screwing up. Okay, yeah, StreamYard was screwing up, but this dude's a bot.
Learn in our traditions, and that's what we're seeing play as very basic. So BDS is just a basic part, something everyone can do. And it's treated as anti-Semitic Nazism and terrorism by our mainstream Democratic politicians.
Yeah.
Except for the ones who support it.
Yeah.
The ones who actively support BDS. It is a hate group. It is an anti-Semitic hate group. And is often there is a lot of overlap with BDS support and Hamas apology. Of course it's going to be conflated with terrorism. Of course. Of course. Because all of these anti-Israel figures just came out in favor of Hamas the other day. That's why this is all a little sus. And then you'll have some people who try to both sides it, like, I'm against the terrorists, but I'm also against Netanyahu. So I mean, like, fuck off with that too. You can say that you're anti-Netanyahu in its own tweet. You don't need to draw some fucking false equivocation between him and Hamas. No, that shit is unacceptable.
Well, actually, like Jank said, though, Netanyahu is to blame for the rockets. So.
Yeah, I'm just dying to hear why he thinks that.
Wow.
Considered that, but don't listen to them because they're corrupted and bought.
You had a bot on. You had a bot on. You had a bot on. So.
Yeah, don't listen to the mainstream Democrats because they're bought and they're bought.
No, but he had a bot on. Max Blumenthal is a bot. We all heard him malfunction tonight. So,
can you support Israel but not Judaism? Of course, I support Israel for completely secular reasons. But I think there's a difference. There's a difference between supporting a religious ideology and supporting people of a given religion on the grounds of humanitarian rights and self-autonomy. Those are very different things. You know, it's the same. It's kind of the same how a lot of these countries, like Iran, Muslim majority country that I wish to see liberated, I'm an anti-theist. I'm against the Muslims in Iran ideologically. A lot of them are brainwashed and like they had no choice. So really, I think that the Western Muslims are worse in a lot of cases, but just because I'm against them ideologically doesn't mean I don't think that they deserve rights or liberation. I think that they deserve a free democratic society. And, you know, I don't have to agree with someone completely to give them rights or to support their liberation. I think it's very important. What do you think about that video, Kevin?
Well, I think Max Blumenthal is one of the most lackluster and altogether low energy, bumbling and mumbling, and just across the board, boring brainlets that we've actually listened to on the show. He was grating, he was unentertaining, uncharismatic, and no idea what he was talking about. And on simple buzzword slogans, such as justice justice delayed is justice denied. He couldn't even get that through. And he gets paid to do this. He gets paid way more than the average American to do this shit. And he bungled it. He fumbled and mumbled, and he bungled the whole thing. And yeah, he's a bot. So Jimmy's talking about bot Democrats. Well, you had a bot ISOCUCK on your show tonight, bro. So there we go. That's my thoughts on that. Let's see. What are we going to do next? Who else are we going to dunk on?
We'll probably do one more.
Yeah.
And this is one that I meant for us to do on our last episode. This is a little bit different. It's not about Israel. So it's going to be a little, you know, just a little flavor to add to the mix. This is unbelievable. The title of this video is U.S. balks at condemning Iran's election to UN Women's Commission.
Happy to turn to your questions.
Thanks. Before we turn to India for a second, I just wanted, did you get an answer? I asked you on, I think it was Monday, about the vote at the UN on the Iran's election to Commission on Status of Women. Did you get an answer on how you voted?
So what I can say, Matt, is that the unopposed candidacies of countries that engage in torture, in abuse, violations of human rights, and due process, it was a troubling feature of this election, the election that you referred to. That's precisely why the United States called for the vote on the Commission on the Status of Women, specifically to allow countries to register their opposition. The United States supports candidates in the UN system that seek to contribute positively to its work and mission and reinforce the foundational values of the UN system, including human rights. And that's precisely why we have re-engaged with the UN, re-engaged with its human rights body, and will continue to do that throughout the UN system.
Hold on. I mean, you cannot be serious. We believe in human rights, so we've re-engaged with the UN's
I know.
human rights body.
Muscular liberal internationalist foreign policy on display here, ladies and gentlemen. That flex, bro. Look at that strength, bro.
This story is about Iran being elected to the UN Women's Commission.
Oh yeah, sure.
Iran.
The UN having a normal one, right? So
that is a normal one for the UN. That's like the least expecting. Like that's something that I would have used to think was an Onion headline. Now I just like, yeah, that's just the world. That's just how it is. And this is Ned Price, and he's going to continue to fail and flail to accurately and explicitly condemn Iran. He's already been beating around the bush, saying, "Oh yeah, what did you?" So he was asked, "What do you think about this specific choice, this specific candidacy?" And then he fires back with, "Actually, the U.S. is opposed to all states that violate the human rights violations of the UN and the like." No. Let's not broaden this out to all nations.
Yeah.
I hate that shit. We were talking about one nation. We're not talking about all nations. We're talking about one nation. The Fire Nation. No, we're talking about Iran.
No, the other one. The other
problem nation.
Oops. It's like the Rick Perry moment. But
the Rick Perry.
Yeah, the water, earth, air, and the other one, right? I do have a question here from Mass Creation Broadcast. Yes, what's the largest channel you debated 101 and 101? Liberal Internationalist Dylan Burns debated him 6 months ago, 101. Bastet moderated. Check it out. That was a very heated debate. So.
It was a private vote, but we called the vote specifically to allow countries to register their concern.
Their concern.
Okay.
Oh God, we're gonna have to
concern.
No. We're gonna, before we have any commentary, we're actually gonna have to issue a concern alert again for the second time. This is unprecedented. Second time in one Ghoul Gang Rising. he really gives off those vibes of the smiley face, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So like he's all chummy. He's all chummy. Like to him, it's just that, like, basically, it's just he gets paid. So,
Yeah, he gets paid to make excuses of why the U.S. isn't actually taking a stand for the things that it supposedly believes in.
Unbelievable.
We pushed for countries to elect their concerns. Other people, what he's saying there is basically other people can fight our battles. even though he's saying that we are re-engaging with the UN specifically because we supposedly believe in human rights, but we're not going to challenge the blatant hypocrisy on display in the UN. This is the problem. This is the problem of engaging with them, because we have to be nice to them. Except they're a shit show. They're a completely duplicitous, embarrassing disaster. And they make decisions like this all the fucking time. Oh, but we believe in human rights. All we are doing at the moment, by re-engaging with the UN's Human Rights Council and all this shit, is legitimizing it. If we're not there, if we don't send in someone like a Nikki Haley or a John Bolton to actively challenge them, if we're just sitting there nodding along like a bunch of fucking Dave Rubins, then we are part of the problem.
I agree with that.
That's where we're at. That's where we're at. This is a parody story.
No, it's Dave Rubin. It's Dave Rubin. No, you're totally right about that. This is like if they got Dave Rubin a new gig. They're like, dude, your show's a joke. Well, we thought you'd be really fitting for the UN, so here you go. Here's your new.
He would. We'd just send him in there, and he'd agree, and then he would talk. He would talk about social justice warriors.
No, I know. Like you'd have the Israeli representative there say something. You'd be like, "I agree with that," or he'd have to speak in UN terms. So he'd be like, "The United States of America agrees with that. And then you'd have like North Korea come out and say, no, they're apartheid and they're abusing human rights and shit. And yeah, that's a ticket. And you'd be like, the United States of America agrees with that. And the dais is just like, hold on. What? No, I mean, but that's basically what we're getting here is just, man, we said we were concerned. So it's, I mean, what else do you really expect from us? It's not like we're like a world superpower, the biggest military in history, and actually have the capability to intervene or anything, bro. I just like, I'm concerned, bro. I'm concerned.
This is even worse, though, than that. This is worse than a concern alert because this is us saying we support the right of other people to be concerned.
Oh, yeah, I agree. He's not even concerned. He's not even concerned. Oh my
we
God,
support the right of others people to be concerned for us.
God. Oh my God, dude. Oh my God.
Believe it or not,
cringe on display tonight. The last 3 hours. Oh my God.
Believe it or not, it gets worse.
Yeah, we're only a little over halfway through this. What else is he going to say?
It was a private vote. Well, what do you think? Is it appropriate for them to be on this commission, this council?
Well, I would point you to what I just said. It is a troubling feature when countries run unopposed, countries that have...
I'm talking about Iran specifically.
Well...
It's a troubling feature.
It's a troubling... No, that's the
when
new
they run
meme.
unopposed.
That's the new meme. It's a troubling feature, bro. We're troubled by that feature, bro. It's like the feature's the Holocaust. It's like,
It's a troubling... And he didn't even say it's a trouble. Like a troubling is right up there with concern.
Wait, hold on. H3 or he had a take on this. I didn't even know that dude talked about politics. Like I thought he just did memes and games and stuff.
He does talk about politics sometimes. I'm not like an active viewer, but he's had on like Jordan Peterson and so he talks about politics sometimes, but I doubt his take was any good.
No, I mean, I'm guessing it was probably like bland Young Turks level, Israel bad, Iran good level stuff. So.
Oh, that should be expected. Okay, this was amazing. We're troubled is right up there with we're concerned.
Oh yeah, we're concerned.
And
we're troubled.
Note, he didn't say we're troubled that Iran is specifically for the sake of being Iran is on the commission or is being elected to the commission. We're concerned and troubled that they are running unopposed.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, it's unfortunate that North Korea can't run against them. We wanted democracy at the UN.
Yeah, we support competitive. We support competition here.
No, thank you for bringing this to everybody's attention tonight. I didn't see this clip when it aired. This is unbelievably stupid and comical. This is the clown world that we were told about on display right here.
I always, it's kind of become a feature, especially the last couple episodes. I always like to include a liberal internationalist story just to show because we get lumped in with these people.
No, I know. We get lumped in with Alex, who said he's deleting his Twitter, by the way. Press X to doubt on that one.
No, he's going to be back tomorrow.
Yeah,
he's probably back already.
And then we get lumped in with, of course, the liberal internationalists and stuff. Now, on the news story about Alex, he is so far for 10 hours said, I'm deleting this app. Goodbye for now and take care, everyone. So we'll see 3 days, 5 days, whatever his long break is. So keep you up to date. I mean, wait, what's liberal internationalism's name again? Can't find it. Wait, that is the name of the school of thought. Like that is it. It's also known. I mean, basically, it's liberal institutionalism or liberalism as a school of thought in international relations. Liberal internationalism is just the latest manifestation of that, but it's a liberal school of thought in IR. I'm not a liberal. I'm an offensive realist. So, you know, I don't place faith in NGOs and UN and all that kind of shit. I believe that liberal democracies have to stand up for themselves and propagate their interests throughout the world unilaterally if need be. So I'm an offensive realist, not a liberal internationalist or a liberal. So.
And I'm and
You guys
in this
have
case,
an issue with them being on this commission?
in this case, I think that Iran would qualify for much of what I just said. Countries that have very troubling records.
Why phrase it so passively? No. That passive speak, Iran would qualify, dude. Just say Iran qualifies. God damn it! This is the State Department. Come on, man.
And he said that they would qualify for much of it. He didn't say all of it.
No, but like, okay. Like this guy, by the way, in contrast to the brainlets that we were just listening to, Price is actually smart. He knows this is bullshit. He knows he's bullshit.
He's basically, it's his job to be like supposedly impartial. Yeah, but it's so blatantly see-through. Like he's even like sitting there smirking and kind of laughing at the absurdity of the situation.
It's a big meme. The whole thing is a big meme. And in his mind, he's probably just thinking, thank God foreign policy isn't a concern for most people right now, and they're just busy with like my SJWs and my Nick Fuentes or whatever, because goddamn, he's thinking like, man, if people used to care as much as they did in the 2000s, I'd be getting grilled for weeks over this shit, But hey, this show exists, Ned. So
you're being called out. Feet to the fire.
Being called out, bro. God damn. I mean,
and I love how the reporter keeps going at him over it.
I love it.
Do you condemn this? What are your feelings on this election?
He's channeling his inner ghoul right now.
Those are the questions that need to be asked. No, none of this mealy-mouthed bullshit.
Deeply disturbing records.
But you said you didn't say that it was troubling for them to be on it. You said it was a troubling feature for these kinds of countries to run unopposed.
Yes. Okay. What's this guy's name? This guy's
McBasin.
The base department just called. You can either accept or accept the call. Which decision will you go? It's like that meme. I don't have that meme, but Reece, you know the meme where the base department hands you the phone?
Oh, that's right.
Like, you can either accept or accept. Like, where is it? Here it is right here. Let's see if here we go. We'll actually get the meme up. Because, this guy right here, he's one of the actual managers at the base department. So that's either accept or accept. Like, what are you gonna do? What do you do? They're calling. Base department's call.
I try to click both at the same time.
Yeah, double based.
Just like double apartheid.
No, double apartheid wouldn't be based. It would be double cringe if it existed. But like, the irony, of course, is that Palestine is basically apartheid. Like, try being Jewish over there and see how long you last.
It's precisely why we called this vote, so countries could register their concerns.
No, you know what? We're doing it again. This is so bad. It's so cringe-inducing, and the video's so short we can do it. This is a double concern alert, like double apartheid. That face, man, total shame, total embarrassment. I mean, he's just thinking, like, thank God people don't care about foreign policy right now. Otherwise, I would be a laughing stock.
We think it's a troubling feature that they're running unopposed because we believe that they may possibly qualify as having an extremely troubling and concerning human rights record,
Maybe, kind of, ish, sort of, yeah.
It's a yes or no question, man. Do you think this is a problem, yes or no?
Wow. Someone be wrong in writing that the U.S. thinks it's a bad idea for Iran to be on this commission?
With
dude, he's thinking, what's White Flag Joe gonna say after this? Is he gonna say you didn't represent my bullshit ISO-cock position very well? Because in his mind he's thinking like, God damn it, my boss just surrendered to the Taliban. I have to say something that
I gotta spin this to make it good somehow.
Where Malarkey Man won't get mad at me. I mean, he said no malarkey. All I'm seeing is malarkey, left and right. So
A commission like this, we think that members should reflect the values underlying the commission.
And Iran does. All right, I'll drop it there.
wow.
I mean, and like, okay, so it's obviously funny, but the reason a clip like that's important is because we're reaching a bit of a boiling point with Iran at the moment. The time for words passed a long time ago. The time for action is about to pass us by, to the point that we're going to have to get into the time of drastic action that will be a lot more costly.
Yeah.
And this is the approach. This is we have a situation where they're not even going to explicitly condemn Iran by name. They're going to hide it amongst all this other bullshit and bring up, oh, actually, you know, we're opposed to all countries who we think have a troubling record.
No, this is the strong, muscular, liberal, internationalist foreign policy that Dylan Burns warned us about. So, not Dylan Burns, Dylan Meisner.
We're confusing the Dylans.
Confusing the Dylans. That's true.
It's disappointing. Like you really, it should be a no-brainer. It should.
Like, I honestly feel like if Dylan Burns was there, he would be more real and actually say, no, Iran's probably a disaster on that. I mean, I don't know. It's just, given what I've seen from him lately, I get the sense to some degree, maybe this is a little bit of conjecture here, as he spent more time in the Vosh circles and stuff, I think he realizes like the extent to which the dictator apologetics exists and how pervasive it is. I don't know how long he's actually going to last before they cancel him and accuse him of being a Zionist or some shit. In which case, he's welcome on our side. So if he wants to get hot pills,
yeah, we're the side of the true liberals and the liberal universalists. We don't just believe in liberalism for Americans or Canadians. We believe in it for all people.
Yeah.
And we also believe in holding countries and leaders to account, not by supporting some bullshit BDS, but by opposing a complete farce of an election like this. The problem with the election wasn't...
No. You can support BDS. It's just the question is, what's the safe word? That's what's really.
What's the safe word?
Like, I gotta say, I mean, everything from Max Blumenthal there. I gotta say, like, if you're Ned Price right now, you're like you dodged the bullet here, because the guest that preceded you, not the guest, but the troubling feature that preceded you tonight was so troubling that we're going back to dunk on him. But Ned Price was also a troubling feature of tonight's show.
He was indeed.
Troubling feature. That's a new meme. Oh yeah, actually, Nazi Germany, the Third Reich, they're kind of a troubling feature. And then that journalist would be like, "What's the feature?" It'd be like, "The Holocaust." Okay, whatever. I mean,
we think it would be wrong for them to be elected to the Board of Human Rights unopposed. You know, there needs to be a fair competition.
Yeah, we could get Russia in there. We could get Transnistria. Maybe we could get Hamas. Maybe we could see what those Boko Haram boys are up to. You know,
give me some options. God damn it.
Yeah, can't just be Iran. You have to have like a choice, like Iran or Boko Haram. Let's have a democracy, man. Oh my God, that was so freaking cringe. And you know, Ned Price is smarter than everybody else combined that we just watched tonight. I mean, you know, he's got to be like, at least not very many people are going to pay attention to this. That's all he's thinking. Because he knows that was embarrassing. He fucking knows. He knows. So, I mean, no, he knows. Like, the dude, I'm sure he has to have like a master's or a PhD in IR, like, you know, for that position. He knows. Yeah. Wow. Amazing. I'm down to react to another video if you've got time. So.
I have an idea then. Okay, so were you able to download the
No, not yet. I can try to, but or we could react to one of the other ones.
They are a bit long, but they're there's one from a particular brainlet we watched before
Well,
But
I'm
I
seeing this
thought-
one about Andrew Yang, and I'm seeing another
Yeah.
one about
yeah, that's the one I was thinking of.
yeah, and then I see Biden's pathetic Iraq war with oh yeah. Oh my god. Iraq
Okay.
okay. We'll do the Yang one.
Yeah, this video is titled "Based." The far right applauds Andrew Yang for defending Israel's war crimes. And we've seen this particular individual before. Sadly.
Oh god, it's Mike. He never got back to my email, by the way, if in case anybody was wondering about that. I don't
No, I expected nothing less.
coming on for a debate.
Look, I'll preface this conversation by
He looks even more soy jack in this one. He kind of has that Mao kind of aesthetic and stuff going on. I don't know. I get that with a lot of the hipster bros. They're like very close to having the Mao comrade aesthetic. He just needs like a cap with a red star on it, and he'd make a great red card.
There's our Photoshop challenge of the night.
Until they purge him for being a cosmopolitan liberal. So.
saying that I genuinely believe that Andrew Yang is a nice person. He's very personal.
Oh yeah, and that's how too. That's not going to fly in Mao's China. But you know, this guy would defend Mao's China, 100%. He'd say, "Oh yeah, were you an imperialist?" I mean, he defends Iran and shit today. So
I haven't seen this video, but I know what he's basically going to say. He's going to say Andrew Yang's he's a nice person. He's too nice for his own good, though. You know, he tries to be on everyone's side, and he's being used. He's a useful idiot for the far right Zionist Nazis.
I brought him on my program in the 2020 election cycle, and I asked him really challenging questions, and I think that the way he engaged with me was really commendable. He took the tough questions and he tried to answer them to the best of his ability, and he's just overall a really nice guy. He follows me on Twitter.
Yang feels about all these people whose show he went on turning on him.
right.
Now.
Yeah, no, Young Turks also mentioned that. They're like, "Oh yeah, we had him on here."
And Jimmy Dore.
Yes.
Jimmy Dore is against Yang, and he's been against Yang for a long time at this point.
Yeah.
Yang, believe it or not, Yang actually doesn't really care about your movement. He cares about his own thing.
That's right. That's
He
right.
he just was happy to have any platform that he could get.
Yeah, he's the Yang Gang, and like the Stivlin Sams, they don't like him because he wants to reform their welfare state, so make it more efficient and less bureaucratic, and they don't like that. So they want to tell poor people what to do.
Although probably not after this video, but I mean, by now, we've had enough evidence to deduce that Andrew Yang is a fraud. He might be a nice guy, but this whole
Fraud squad.
I mean, what a 180.
Oh my god.
Like, and then he's like, yeah, he's probably gonna unfollow me. Yeah, he's probably gonna unfollow me in the video where I called him a fraud. He's a nice guy, but he's a fraud.
Somebody should show this to Yang, because I don't think Yang has the time for all this.
No, he probably doesn't even remember
he
you,
just
dude.
got backstabbed, but he is following him. So I'm gonna see if Yang still following. We'll take a look at that. I don't know if it lets you search. Yeah, no, it doesn't let you search by name under the followers tab. You actually have to scroll through 8,000. No way, dude. So there's no way for me to know maybe there's an app out there that lets you. Our website is Twitter account following someone else. I know Kanzik showed me one site before. I'm gonna see if Yang was like, "No, I'm done with you." So, but no, I can't find that site. If anybody knows that site, let me know. So, because that would be funny if he's like, "Yeah, no, you're done."
I'm done with you, bro.
Son, because he probably doesn't know. He probably has no idea that Mike threw him under the bus, but somebody should let Yang know.
I doubt he even remembers going on the show, really. Like, he goes on so many programs.
That's true. He's a popular guy. So.
that he is an outsider, he's anti-establishment, it's all a ruse. And
I mean, they've been saying that they said that the moment he started, doing, panels at CNN,
Yeah, no, UBI is an outsider's position. But are they really going to try?
He is an outsider. He's objectively an outsider.
Basic income as the establishment position. Seriously, are they actually going to go in that direction? Like, because his big thing is UBI. That's as outsider as it gets, basically. Right?
He's objectively an outsider. He is not. He has never been a politician. He's an entrepreneur. He's completely different than all these other people.
I'm just waiting for them to accuse him of being a CIA operative, like they did with Pete Buttigieg.
Buttigieg.
And I say that because it's abundantly clear that he is willing.
No, Yang's still following him, so somebody's got to show Yang that clip and be like,
Come
"Hey,
on,
man."
Yang."
Yeah.
To sacrifice his principles the minute it becomes politically expedient. We know during the presidential race he moved away from Medicare for All, and now he even moved away from his own proposal.
Well, he didn't exactly move away from Medicare for All. He supports the UBI, so whatever.
Yeah, I don't think he ever explicitly supported Medicare.
No. He said that a UBI would substitute for the current welfare system and cost less money, which is true based on how he wants to do it. So. And I don't even support UBI. I think it's dumb to give like Bill Gates $1,000 a month.
Yeah, no, I don't support it either. Negative income tax over UBI any day.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Of universal basic income. Now it's just basic income. It's not universal. It's means tested, and it also is being used as a Trojan horse to.
Well, I mean, negative income tax would be a means tested system. It's just. It wouldn't have all the stipulations to it that the welfare system does, but that ultimately results in inducing a poverty trap. But well, okay, so in other words, he's coming to terms with the real world. I mean, like his original UBI thing was goofy, but I mean, it's a step in the right direction. But NIT is where it's at. That's what Milton Friedman endorsed.
This happens with everyone who these goobers supported at some point. As soon as they start to make any sort of compromise in order to make their vision a reality, they get accused of being frauds.
That's right. Though these goobers are basically admitting they haven't been mugged by reality yet. They're goober goons. They're disillusioned, or they're not disillusioned. They are dissociated. They are detached from reality. They've never touched grass. You know?
No. No grass touching, and like it shows because like they're so ineffectual. Like this is a movement that's just doomed to fail because they were so high on their own farts when they had all these people around, when they were big up on Yang and Tulsi and AOC, and now they threw everyone under the bus.
Okay, well, Boogaloo, USS Boogaloo, or USS Bloodhouse, he DM'd Yang to let him know. So, probably, I mean, like he probably gets a lot of DMs, but at this hour, who knows? Maybe he's just up and being like, "Oh, Mike backstabbed me. Yo, fuck Mike." That would be base if he had
slid up in his DMs, yo.
Yeah. And then Mike could be like, "Yo, you don't follow me anymore, bro." It's like, dude, you call me
a fraud.
That would be great if this show was the impetus for those two basically,
finally we made a difference in the world.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's Mike's fault. I mean, what do you expect? I mean, he shows on that the reason why he showed Yang's Twitter profile there. He didn't have to show Yang's Twitter profile. We all know that Yang is a person. He did that to flex, to be like, Yang follows me. But then you go and call him a fraud. So how long is that going to last for? Piece of shit. Like Mike, and by the way, he's not debating me. Like he never got back to me. My guess is he probably receives a lot of emails, but if he did read it, I know he wouldn't want to debate me. So one look at the channel. So
hold on 1 second. Okay, I'm gonna read this real quick. This little excerpt that this Wrath guy included to shit on Yang. Okay, Yang, who is now running for New York mayor, has downsized his guaranteed income proposal for his current campaign. An average of $2,000 a year would be given to 500,000 low-income recipients. The price tag for Yang's New York City proposal would be $1 billion per year, which the candidate said he would produce through resolving inefficiencies in social programs and reallocating current assistance like homeless services that he said would be made duplicative, I can't speak, as well as through private philanthropy.
Well, yeah, it would be duplicative. The whole point of the UBI thing is that it's a substitute for the current system, which is inefficient and creates poverty traps.
So, but to try to portray that is he's cutting money to the services for the poor, but he's trying to substitute it with his own service.
Well, these are the same people. These are the same grifters and liars and hacks that were mad at Biden over the $2,000 checks when they split.
That's right.
Like,
I mean, but it's so fucking disingenuous.
No, I know, but he's got it on the screen there too. He's not even like paraphrasing his remarks in a way to make Yang look bad. He has the receipts on the screen right now that contradict his own argument. Wow. I mean, now I guess he's trying to own Yang to be like, because in Yang's original tweet responding to Raf, he said, dated back in January, our basic income program will not interfere with any existing aid program. So, I mean, technically, yeah, that's a flip-flop from Yang, except here's the problem. Yang is running for mayor, and he recognizes that you don't have infinite money, and you have to tweak some things. So that's what often happens with, like basically, the more idealistic a politician is, in order for them to win, they're going to have to tweak something. So, but I mean, yeah. I mean, what do you make of that rating? It does look like a contradiction to me.
No, it is. It is a little bit of a contradiction, but I think it's, I think there's a difference between a contradiction and changing your mind. Like,
yeah, he changed his mind.
Like,
yeah.
This has been, presumably this has at least been a couple of months in between these messages, and this could have been from January last year. So we really don't know.
Yeah, no, I took a look at Captain Chadius, USS Bloodhouse. He sent me a screenshot of him DMing Andrew Yang. He's just like, Mike Figueredo is a backstabber. Straight up. Well, that'll get Yang's attention. So, I mean, if he's going to read any DMs, that would be, it's a good line to open with. So.
Social safety net in New York City. But that's not the worst aspect of Andrew Yang. Andrew Yang decided to expose himself by penning an op-ed in support of Israeli apartheid.
Yang sided with Israel. That's spooky. That's terrifying.
He literally said that's the worst thing about Yang.
Oh, wow.
This other thing, him flip-flopping on which funds he was going to reallocate, that's not the worst thing. Him supporting Israel is the worst thing.
That's insane.
Now, he went on Crystal Kyle and Friends, a podcast where they challenged him, and it was just a phenomenal interview from a journalistic standpoint. And you saw that he was incapable of answering Crystal and Kyle's questions. Take a look.
Oh, that's right.
No, I didn't know he was going to do this.
God, this is the first time we're going to be reacting to KGB Crystal and Kremlin Kyle. So it's triple cringe and Mike in one video.
This is already an unbelievable premise that they were able to put Kremlin Kyle and KGB Crystal were able to own Yang. No.
No. In case you're wondering, like, if you haven't seen KGB Crystal before, you might be like, "Who is she?" We actually have,
we did watch.
There they are.
But it wasn't.
This is what their podcast looks like.
We watched one video with her, but she wasn't doing the podcast with Kyle.
No, it was the one with Sagar and Jetty, who is a right-wing isocock, and she's a left-wing isocock, and they're both populist.
So there's diversity. There's political diversity.
We both agree that Iran and Russia are good, and America and Israel are bad. Yay, we're populism.
But one of them is pro the gays, and one of them is anti the gays. So it's diversity.
Oh, the way that StreamYard screwed this up, I'm pretty sure that's Kyle's face there. but
It's an improvement.
Yang. I think that might actually be Yang, just looking at it, because yeah, no, I think Kyle would have green in the background, but okay.
Do you see criticism?
Yeah, that was. Oh yeah, no, they have green on that set too. It's more of a teal, but the background is. Why is it always freaking green? Like at least own the Kremlin thing and make it red, dude. Like
why do they have laptops like they have any kind of useful notes there? Like they don't do research.
Nothing.
Criticism of Israel as fundamentally anti-Semitic?
I do not see criticism of Israel as fundamentally anti-Semitic.
Okay, good. Like, I mean, right. I never really had anything against Yang. Like, he would always fit in with like the Tulsi crowd and all these people and everything. But the difference is, he's a well-meaning kind of guy, and he's not a total brainlet. And I was against him. I thought like UBI is not practical, but
no, him talking about foreign policy, he really didn't all that much. I mean, that's basically why he would be better suited as a mayor versus the president. But he was an economics focused candidate.
Well, no, I'll tell you this too on the mayorship thing. I'll tell you this: given the way like New York has had a disaster in terms of homelessness, disaster in terms of the welfare poverty trap and everything, if he gets elected and implements that, you can be damn sure a lot of economists are going to be reviewing the results of it. That's actually going to improve the situation on the ground. Like actually having a basic income for low-income people. I mean, we need to see the conditions and how they means test it. But under the current system, where if you even try to get a job, they take like half of your wages and whatnot, and you have to have food stamps, and you have to have like everything has to go to a specific purpose and whatnot. If you actually gave people some autonomy, you'd have to couple. Like my other criticism would be you'd have to couple it with personal finance classes, but just you're going to be at a minimum saving money. I think that you would have positive results come out of this over the current system of what's been going on since basically the 60s or whatever. But yeah, no, I think that would be good. I think he would make a great mayor personally. I would prefer somebody like Dan Crenshaw to be a president, but he'd make a good mayor. So yeah. Like, what do you make of his running for mayor? Like, would you support him in the mayorship right now, or what do you?
I have nothing against it, and at the very least, I'd support it because it would piss off Jimmy and all these losers.
Yeah, that's true. Because TYT would be very angry. They'd be very angry because
that's good enough for me sometimes.
They're actually like I mean, it's tough. They don't like they're critical of everybody, but like they don't mind de Blasio too much. Like de Blasio does like the woke stuff and everything too. So
and he's pro Bernie. So
and that's true. So
I think BDS is a very different thing than criticism of, let's say, the Netanyahu administration or even of some of Israel's policies.
Well, of course.
Wow, that might be the first take they've had like that on their show. I mean,
yeah, that's the audience being exposed to a truth bomb. Of course, it's
ironically a big brain take because for most people, they'll say, "Oh, well, you can criticize Netanyahu without being anti-Semitic or whatever, or whatnot." But if you go to the BDS thing, yeah, you know, it's a totally different sort of angle. I kind of lost.
I'm gonna add some. Let's flesh this out. The reason why it's different, and it's almost self-explanatory. In one corner, you have criticizing Netanyahu and his government. You don't have to like his government, you know, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. I don't have any control over it. It's a foreign government that, as far as I can tell, yeah, they have some issues with internal corruption, but they're not as bad as people make them out to be in terms of being war criminals or anything like that. There's a big difference between that and BDS. You have a movement that is designed to target Israeli businesses, Israeli products, because they come from Israel, to target Israeli, celebrities or artists of any kind, because they come from Israel, inherently xenophobic and anti-Semitic. You can make a case for that very strongly as well. Because a big part of the reason why they're doing this in the first place against Israel is because they are against Jewish autonomy. That is why it's anti-Semitic. And for the other reasons, it's xenophobic. It is not the same as writing a mean tweet about Netanyahu, which is whatever. But again, that could depend on the content of the tweet as well. If you say, man, fuck you, Netanyahu, because you're the prime minister of Israel, which is an illegitimate state and doesn't deserve to exist, that's a concerning tweet. I think that goes a little bit beyond criticism as well. It's not like you're criticizing his opinion on tax rates.
Some of it. I think BDS is a very different thing than criticism of, let's say, the Netanyahu administration.
Yeah, we're restarting it. I tried a couple times. Okay. We're at 143.
We Gucci. The human
I think BDS is a very different thing than criticism of, let's say, the net.
Wow, double apartheid. It's doing it.
That's a new meme too. Double apartheid.
Netanyahu administration, or even of some of Israel's policies.
Well, it's an attempt to push back on the occupation of the occupied territories, that what's seen as a...
Look at Kyle just like typing away there, just like blah, blah, blah.
It's an attempt. It's an attempt to push back. Like she's so dumb. It's an active action. It's not an attempt to do anything. They are actively doing this. They are actively boycotting Israeli products and Israeli companies. It's not an attempt. Wow. That's what it is. It's an attempt. Now I'm using their language. No, it's an active boycott.
I do not
of products from a country you don't like.
Yeah.
Based on extremely facetious reasons.
Criticism of Israel as fundamentally anti-Semitic. I think BDS is a very different thing than criticism of, let's say, the Netanyahu administration, or even of some of Israel's policies.
Well, it's an attempt to push back on the occupation of the occupied territories, that what's seen as an illegal occupation by international
occupation
law.
Is good.
It's modeled on the successful movement in South Africa. It's nonviolent. What is it about that movement that
it's
you think?
It's not violent. It's racist, but it's not violent. We're just like, I don't want to buy.
Any other time, there are sanctions specifically placed on autocratic government officials. That's violence. Those sanctions, not only are those sanctions called violence, they're called war. That's war. But these sanctions and these boycotts specifically directed at just regular Israeli citizens, regular Israeli people trying to live their lives, trying to make a profit. That's fine. That's nonviolent. Wow.
Out to say that is
Yeah, of course that's anti-Semitic. The reason it's anti-Semitic is because of the reason it's being done. It's being done. The people organizing this movement are upset that the Jews are alive and have a state. That is the purpose of this.
the occupation of the...
Yeah, no, StreamYard servers must be having an issue right now, just across the board. So.
The occupied territories,
all around
what's
world.
seen as an illegal occupation by international law. It's modeled on the successful movement in South Africa. It's nonviolent. What is it about that movement that you single out to say that is anti-Semitic and equivalent? I mean, you equate it essentially to fascism.
Of course.
BDS specifically, as an organization, as a movement, has refused to disavow extremist elements.
Yeah, we gotta stop it.
Occupation by international law. It's modeled.
That's a little better.
BDS specifically.
Come on. Oh my God.
Yeah, I think this is the night they're going to get the angry email.
Yeah. Wow.
As an
Like,
organization,
we're
as a
paying premium
movement,
service here.
has refused to disavow extremist elements that have frankly declared that Israel does not even have a right to exist. So that's quite extreme.
It doesn't make the most sense to take the most extremist elements of.
No, we have somebody joining us that's actually spoken up from our Twitch audience and wants to let his opinion be known. He like Israel, very big brain analysis right there. Faded.
Yeah, you've been heard.
Yeah.
You've voiced
of a group and
voiced your
define
opinion.
the whole movement that way. And, you know, we've learned that lesson in the context of other movements and other groups. But would you concede that there's a difference between, say, boycotts, divestment, and sanctions of all of Israel versus boycott, divestment, and sanctions specifically of the illegally occupied territories? Because, again, as Crystal pointed out, that is the model that effectively worked in apartheid South Africa.
What? Hold on. Are you can't be serious.
Oh, whoa. He says, may all the Muslims. Yeah, you must be fun at parties, bro.
I'm looking forward to it. Okay. Wow. That was Kyle's point. So we're not going to boycott all the Jews. We're just going to boycott the Jews who happen to be in the quote unquote occupied areas. So the Jews in East Jerusalem, I know that you're just trying to do your thing, trying to coexist. You're about to be boycotted though and sanctioned. So nice knowing you, but you're gonna take a hit because of these virtue signaling assholes. Yeah.
Spoiler alert: it's all occupied territory. So.
That's right. A good way around it. That's good. And I'll just repeat what I said earlier. The quote unquote occupation is good. It's good that Israel is in control of those areas. And not Syria and not the Jordanians.
Says we're getting nervous.
Nervous about what? Who the fuck are you?
It says Palestine will be retaken through force.
You can try.
He's referring to Israel there, by the way. That's what they're trying to do right now. So.
Yeah, isn't that what the IDF's doing? They're knocking down buildings.
No, he thinks Palestine is Israel.
There's no such thing as Palestine, bro. You live in a fantasy world.
That is the model that effectively worked in apartheid South Africa.
No, I'm not sure I understand the distinction you're drawing, Kyle. Genuinely, like, I'm just not sure I understand.
By the way, hey, Faded Squirrel, you should watch my recent video on how Palestine's so petulant and incorrigible that even their former Arab allies that sanctioned the United States during the energy crisis over American support for Israel, they're with Israel now. Like, yeah, Saudi Arabia, you got the UAE, you got Bahrain, you got Kuwait, Turkey in the past at times. All these states are Muslim and have been totally turned off by the absolute inability to compromise from the Palestinian authorities. So you guys are losing. Like,
even the states, even like Jordan and Egypt, who went to war with Israel, they're not explicitly pro-Palestinian at this point.
No, Egypt has helped deal with Hamas at the border with the Gaza strips.
Hamas truly is alone. Like, they have Iran.
They have Iran, but Iran doesn't even care about them. They're not on the same side at the end of the day. They just virtue signal about Palestine, but at the end of the day, Iran's not Arab and they're not Sunni. They're Persian and they're Shiite. They just hate Israel. Like, they use them as a pawn against Israel, basically. So, you know, I mean, like, you have Hamas where they really are like on their own, except like Iran will funnel them some stuff, but like Iran's not gonna like risk their own country for them, you know, in their interests. So I mean, like at the end of the day, Hamas is Sunni, Iran's Shiite. They are on different sides of a lot of it, but we can get back to the video.
understand it.
Right. I can explain it further if you want. It's the areas that it's a matter of historical record and fact that are being illegally occupied right now, that the international community all agrees. There's no dispute over it. Some elements of the BDS movement only want to boycott,
like
divest,
the real power in the world.
No, that's just one country, bro. North Korea and Iran are two countries.
Oh, yeah. When all the countries are equivocated, yeah, then, it's the world against the U.S.
They'll get a vote at the UN. The U.S. there's only one vote, bro.
sanction from those particular areas. So in other words, the other areas of Israel, they leave alone, but particularly the occupied territories, they say, let's do boycotts, divestment, and sanctions in order to try to bring about Palestinian human rights. Don't you think there's a difference between boycotting in the areas specifically where they're violating international law and boycotting areas where they're not?
I'm on the record as supporting a two-state solution, which I think is a fairly mainstream perspective. And if I understand your question, Kyle, people who are advocating for a two-state solution, I would agree with that sentiment.
Yeah, not a good look. Now,
What?
by then, if Andrew Yang was
No, you. This is the Ghoul's response right there. No, you.
How was that even a bad look by their standards? Because at the end, he agreed with Kyle.
Yeah, I know. Unbelievable.
And truthfully, I don't even know if he really fully understood. Because what Kyle's saying is really insane. He's basically saying to the Jews who happen to be in East Jerusalem, you should economically punish them until they are forced to leave in the name of supposed Palestinian rights, which is based on the fact that Jordan used to control that territory.
Oh my God.
That's not justice. That's stupidity. Jordan lost.
Justice delayed is
news flash to all the idiots hanging on to the past. Jordan lost. They lost decades ago. Let it go. That's not a good look. That's right up there with being like an Ottoman supporter. The Jordans are going to come back and Jordanians are going to come back, bro.
But 1953, man. It's like, how long are we going to be doing that for?
1950.
Yeah, that's right.
actually a good faith actor and he wanted to educate himself about this issue, he would try to learn about the history when it comes to Israel, Palestine.
You guys don't know anything about that. Kyle doesn't, and you don't.
Mike could be like, "What's Jordan? You're talking about the basketball player, right?"
Rather than doing that, he chose to double down. And to me, this is it. This is like where you draw the line and you have to acknowledge.
This is it.
Oh my
he
God.
agreed with Kyle at the end, but this is it.
Oh my God.
This is a movement where you just eat your own. You're doomed to fail.
Wow.
Andrew Yang is not the real deal. Because what we're seeing currently in East Jerusalem, in Sheikh Jarrah, Andrew Yang is defending what Israel is doing. Now, for those of you who don't know,
when did he do that? He didn't talk about that at all.
No, he didn't. He literally was only talking about like the rocket attacks and stuff. So
yeah, amazingly enough, there are a lot of people who are against the rocket attacks who are not in favor of the evictions.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, this guy has like no nuance whatsoever. He's just like, oh, you're like, imagine how demented that is. You're against Hamas. You bring up a condemnation of Hamas for the rocket attacks. Therefore, you're in favor of the evictions just automatically. He never said word one about the evictions. He spoke actually about the bigger story. You know what the bigger story was? An attack with over 1,500 rockets. Kind of stole some headlines. All of a sudden, no one really gave a fuck about evictions. That is a minor catalyst of a series of bullshit encounters between extremists, Gazan extremists, West Bank extremists, and Israelis just trying to live their lives. Israeli police trying to restore order, and then being threatened with rocks, which you are going to claim are nonviolent rocks.
Yeah, non-violent, bro. It's all non-violent, bro. As opposed to Israel's violent colonizing nukes, bro.
Ah, I see. Nukes are stronger.
They're also spooky.
Andrew Yang is not the real deal. Because what we're seeing currently in East Jerusalem, in Sheikh Jarrah, Andrew Yang is defending what Israel is doing. Now, for those of you who don't know.
Oh my God. Andrew Yang is not the real deal. Why is he not the real deal? Because he acknowledged the simple truth that, of course, there are elements of the anti-Israeli movement that are anti-Semitic as well. He acknowledged that. Therefore, he's not the real deal. How up your own ass would you have to be to not understand that? Of course, there are going to be people who are against Israel, specifically for anti-Semitic reasons. What they don't want to acknowledge is that it's them. At least being useful idiots for that. Yang spoke a lot of truth. And truthfully, at the end, even when he supposedly agreed with Kyle, I don't think he understood the full implications of what Kyle was saying.
Yeah.
Because I think if he did, he'd be like, bro, that's insane. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Wow.
So there are about 8 families in the East Jerusalem territory of Sheikh Jarrah, and Israel is forcing them out of their homes. They're protesting, and as a result, Israel is brutalizing those protesters, firing tear gas and rubber bullets into mosques near the protests. They killed 3 children. So to defend this
I love
quietly.
how StreamYard hates us, by the way, but
no, I really think it might be something to do with the time. Like, maybe this is when they do something on their servers at this time because they think nobody's up. So
yeah, well, we'll show them.
Yeah.
I love how he gives absolutely no context. He gives no context as to why those families are being evicted, of course, because that would shatter all of this. He gives no context as to why there were violent confrontations between the supposedly peaceful protesters, give me a fucking break, and the Israeli police. Could it have something to do with violence? Yeah, no, they literally just started randomly firing into the crowd for no reason. What a likely series of events. They just felt like it. It's just what they do.
They're oppressors. That's what they do, man. They have nukes. So.
Oh, well, fair enough.
Literally defend an ethnic cleansing. But that's what Andrew...
It's not ethnic. I mean, like, that would be like... Would it be an ethnic cleansing if, like, a minority family got evicted from their apartment in the States? Is that, that's an ethnic cleansing?
No, he would say yes.
Yeah, that's the problem. We're debating absolute fools. Like, they have no knowledge.
No, like, I know what Vosh would say if you brought that up. He'd be like, that's kind of suspicious, isn't it? It's almost like it's the same thing. Because that's what somebody said. That's when somebody said to them, said to him, rather, when he was like, well, no, like, well, but then you look at, like, people on your side, and then, you look at, like, the Soviet Union or Cuba and stuff, and, there's a lot of elements to them that are similar to what the fascists were doing. And Vosh is just like, yeah, isn't that kind of funny? It's almost like they're fascists, not communists.
Oh, of course he said that.
That's a meme. Yeah, I know. It's like,
he's full of shit.
Where do you even start with that? Yeah.
Yang went out of his way to do on Twitter, showing his true colors, writing, "I'm standing with the people of Israel who are coming under bombardment attacks and condemn the Hamas terrorists. The people of NYC will always stand with our brothers and sisters in Israel who face down terrorism and persevere."
That's a weak ratio. Yeah. Based Yang. Now he retracted this. Like he caved, and I did a video on that too. That was sad.
I was there for that one.
That's right. No, but I've done a lot of videos on this stuff lately. I mean, this has been the big news right now. That's not even that strong of a ratio anyway. I mean, whatever.
So effectively, Israel has the right to defend itself, and there's no justification for Hamas firing rockets.
Yes.
Yes. Wait a
minute. Are you going to disagree with that, Mike?
Wait. Let's see. If he wanted to phrase this in a way that might be more convincing to people, he'd say, so Israel has a right to defend itself, but the Palestinian people don't?
Yeah, that's what most people say, but he's too dumb to have.
No, because that's what you do if you want to have the optics of Hamas represents the Palestinian people. He doesn't even say, but Hamas, he says the rockets. But they're targeting cities, dude. They're literally a war crime. You're not allowed to target cities indiscriminately. What the fuck?
It is hard to skirt around that because they do technically represent like half the Palestinian people.
Yeah, no. That's true. They were elected. That's true. But
I mean, brutally, and then they, took away democracy. But yeah. They are technically in charge.
Palestine that support them. 100%, absolutely, there are. But he doesn't even make that argument. He just says, what, they don't get to fire the rockets and do their war crimes? He doesn't even phrase it in a way. This is just mask off shit. What the fuck? Mike, you're not supposed to phrase it like that. Oh my God. You just did an oopsie, bro. You just took the mask off, bro.
Okay. Does Palestine have a right to defend itself?
Okay, see, you should have gone with that first and left the rocket thing out of it.
What is Palestine? What are you talking about?
Like, his rhetoric sucks.
Are we talking about the Palestinian Authority, or are we talking about Hamas?
He's talking about Gaza. He's talking about Gaza.
What is Palestine? Like they just throw it out there. What the fuck are you talking about? You might as well be talking about Nambia.
Yeah, Nambia. That's where all the towels for the Trump hotels come from.
Does Nambia have a right to defend itself?
Yeah, they have to protect their towels from towel thieves.
Their towels.
They have the softest towels. Trump said he has the softest towels.
I think that's where all the Trump steaks went to.
Yeah, that's right. Nambia. Not to be confused with Namibia, which doesn't have as soft towels and doesn't have as great.
Yeah, they've got very coarse towels.
Very coarse towels and very gray steaks. Oh, actually, no, they have very rare steaks because Trump likes his steaks gray and burnt. So,
gray and burnt.
With ketchup. He likes his steak with no blood and ketchup.
Ugh.
I know, it's Trump.
No, that's not good.
I know. So when he says, believe me, I know steaks, it's my favorite food, in that ad from 2009, understand it came out during the campaign. He likes his steaks gray. So, the fuck?
Yeah,
come on, Trump.
Oh my. If you're that rich, you can afford a better steak.
No, I know. I mean, he also likes McDonald's a lot. So that's his thing, McDonald's and gray steaks, ketchup.
That's just disgusting.
I know, dude. Like, he says, believe me, it's my favorite food.
I haven't eaten at McDonald's and I don't even know how long.
No, I know. I try to avoid McDonald's. I opt for things like Subway.
They're way better. McDonald's sucks.
Yeah. And people are like, oh, well, actually, and then this is where the big brain boys will arrive and say, well, actually, technically, there was that one study that found that Subway was more unhealthy because, than McDonald's. And you're like, I know exactly the study they're talking about. It's a study that found that brainlets think that because they're eating healthy, they can get like a 48-ounce big slurp 7-Up or whatever the hell, and then they consume way more sugar than if they were at McDonald's. But like, when I go to Subway, I don't drink pop. Like I drink alcohol and I drink water. So that's it. I don't even drink alcohol very often these days. But
maybe one of these days we're gonna have to do a drunk Ghoul Gang Rising.
Yeah, we'll have to do a swag stream. Like I know
where we just like progressively drink more. Maybe we take a shot every time.
Every time one of the brainlet brigades does one of the memes.
Oh Jesus, we die.
Like we'd have to set it as a specific set of memes, but even then, like war bad or war criminal, genocide, all that kind of stuff. Every time they throw out one of the buzzwords, or the Gene Kirkpatrick thing of like, oh well, you say you support democracy, but like explain Saudi Arabia. It's like, yeah, we've explained that 1,000 times, Kyle.
Drink. Take a swig.
Oh man.
Do the Palestinian people have the right to exist? Because it's Israel who's trying to expel
not only do they have
Palestinians.
the right to exist, they are not ruled by Israel. Some of them are even allowed to come into the supposedly occupied territory. They come into East Jerusalem and they're allowed to worship and, go about their business as they please. And in fact, if you're a Palestinian, you don't necessarily have to. There's a lot of Palestinians outside of the region. There's a significant population in Chile. They're all completely free. And you can be a Palestinian who's living in Israel and you have all the same rights as an Israeli citizen. In fact, you have even more privileges, as was pointed out by the wonderful Jay, the war kettle, because they do not have to join the army. They are not required to. Only the Jewish population and like the non-Orthodox Jews. It's a smaller portion of people than you'd think. It is just the non-practicing Jewish population that is required to conscript.
Yeah.
From their homes. And when they protest, Israel brutalizes them. Hamas then responds after being provoked by Israel, and Israel then uses that as justification to kill Palestinians, including 3 children.
Oh my god, dude.
This is blatant Hamas apologia. Yeah, Hamas was really concerned.
Yeah, and basically Daniel points out a lot of those kids tend to be like, oh, we find out 16, 17-year-old militants. Great. So,
yeah, this story about the kids was revealed to be bullshit too. Because they had their own rockets drop on kids. Where's the headline about Hamas killed children?
No, it's so bad. It's so bad. The IDF tweeted out about how approximately 30% of their rockets fell on their own territory and killed farmers and stuff in Gaza. The other thing that's insane about it too is that these rocket attacks have been so pervasive and frequent that the IDF, they had on their fleet on Twitter today showing that Twitter prevented them from tweeting out an alert to get out of the area with the message, you just tweeted that, or you tweeted the same thing 5 minutes ago or whatever. And they're like, it's a new alert. It's just the same area, the same threat, but they weren't able to post it on Twitter because it was repetitive. They're like, the rockets are repetitive. So,
wow.
It's by the day's end, it's probably going to be like 3,000 rockets that they fired at Israel. These guys are like, oh.
We need to hear that again. Let's go back a second because he literally just brushed past. He's saying, "Oh yeah, that was just done in response."
Yeah.
Israel, who's trying to expel Palestinians from their homes, and when they protest, Israel brutalizes them. Hamas then responds after being provoked by Israel, and Israel then uses that as justification to kill Palestinians.
Whoa. Hamas responds after being provoked by Israel. How did they provoke Hamas? How did they provoke Hamas with these events happening in East Jerusalem? Hamas has nothing to do with this. What the hell are you talking about? They were opportunists. They were just looking for a reason, a time in which they could strike Israel and gain international sympathy. That is why this happened. You know why? You know why they attacked Israel, Mike? Because of people like you. That's why they did it. Because they knew that you would do the heavy lifting for them for free. There's a truth bomb for you. They know. They're not dumb. They know how this game works. And they know that they're not necessarily going to win a conventional war with Israel. So they do what all our enemies do. Sneak around like a bunch of rats and try to weaponize an army of bots against us. And useful idiots. And it's working.
including 3 children. Is that really what you want to defend, Andrew? Is that really what you want your legacy to be?
That's not what he said at all. He didn't explicitly defend. He didn't defend even the retaliation. He was supportive. He condemned the attack from Hamas, and he said that he stood with the people of Israel, the people who were targets of that attack. He never even explicitly said he was pro-IDF or anything like that. You're just putting, so he's canceled. He's done, son, because you're putting words in his mouth. They're basically trying to make it out like he's like Yang's like us, but he's not. Like he's just not. He's like tepidly pro-Israel. But that's too much. You're canceled. You're done. Wow.
Of apartheid on a side of
no
a state that's doing ethnic cleansing? Is that really
No.
what you want? I mean,
Wrong.
imagine having to
Wrong.
live with yourself who
Wrong.
supported apartheid in South Africa. Is that really
How could you live with yourself?
what you want your legacy to be, Andrew Yang?
His legacy is fine.
Hey, Mike, you want your legacy to be defending Hamas and Iran? Because that's what
Yeah,
you're going
the-
to go down as.
The last video, we saw from him, he was defending Iran. That's true.
No, literally. Like if
And
he
this
were,
is a
if he
blatant
were to
defending
die
Hamas.
today, the obituary would be he was a notorious defender of Hamas and Iran and opposed America and Israel. Great, wonderful. So he was scum of the earth. Next. So
What a legacy.
monster man.
Is that really what you want your legacy to be, Andrew Yang? I guess so. Because after his appearance on Crystal Kyle and Friends, he had the opportunity to further inform himself.
Crystal Kyle and Friends.
No, see, when he said it the first time, he said it so fast. I didn't know what show he was talking about. They do call it that. They call it Crystal Kyle and Friends, which just, to me, it just sounds memey and stupid. Like,
Clearly
whatever.
trying to be Fox and Friends, but it's stupid. Like, yay. I mean, like, that's like a dad joke. That's like a joke people would have made 15 years ago.
No, I know, but it's Kyle. Kyle finds dad jokes funny. Like, I guarantee it. I guarantee
Crystal Kyle and Friends. I don't
Yeah.
think Andrew Yang's much of a friend anymore.
No.
On the situation.
Friends of Putin.
But he's doubling down.
Well, he didn't double down, though.
Correct.
Oh, my God.
I guess
And,
his apology wasn't enough for them.
No, it wasn't enough. And I said that. I'm like, look, this is the problem. Whenever you appease the progressives, they're never freaking satisfied. They're not satisfied with Biden. They still think he's a war criminal.
Show you who's pleased with Andrew Yang. Well, it's actual fascists who love that he is cheering
Oh,
on
that's
ethnic
right.
cleansing by the apartheid state of Israel. Stephen Miller tweeted out, Andrew Yang is exactly right. Ilhan Omar is outrageously wrong. Ted Cruz tweeted
That's
out,
true. It doesn't matter that Stephen Miller said it. It's true. Next,
Yeah.
Ted Cruz. Bravo to
bravo
Yang for
to
opposing.
Yang for opposing the rapidly pro-Hamas and anti-Israel attacks from fellow Democrats Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib. Megan
Well, he didn't
McCain
even-
tweets
He
out,
didn't really do that, but
Yeah.
I mean, I wish he had, but that
Yeah.
would have been extremely controversial.
Yeah.
hashtag Yang Gang. And last but not least,
Is
Miles
she far
Ian
right?
Chung.
Wait a minute. Like Megan McCain is far right. Like,
Oh,
he
that's
just
right.
said
He
far
called
right.
all these people fascists. So I know people can make the argument that Stephen Miller is a racial chauvinist, which, look, I wouldn't call Stephen Miller a fascist, by the way. I don't know. Maybe you would disagree with that. I find it as a
Well, there's a difference between a racist and a fascist, which I
Yeah.
don't think a lot of people are. They don't really add that to the conversation usually.
But Ted Cruz, a fascist?
Yeah, no.
No. Megan McCain. Hold on a second. The fascists call her a neocon libcup. So what? And then
And,
Ian Miles Chong.
No. I mean, he's just a Trump supporter. Like,
Yeah.
I don't think he's a fascist either.
No, but I know Mike would say, yeah, so they're all fascists. They support Trump, except Meghan McCain doesn't support Trump or whatever. So, because he thinks Trump is a fascist. So, like,
based. I mean, I kind of agree, but you know, I don't know if it deserved that much of an enthusiastic.
No, like I said too, I'm like, look, if I was to write this, there would be something more about like actually straight up going in and taking out Hamas and a statement saying Netanyahu should have taken out Hamas years ago. Like, I know this spooks people. Netanyahu is not enough of a war hawk for me. So
no. He very much kind of believes in. He's kind of
he's
like
a reactive defensive realist, is what he is.
That's what I was gonna say. He's Israel's defensive realist, and they have I think a very merciful, tepid approach to Gaza for the most part.
No. They've shown the most restraint of any military conducting a bombardment against an enemy territory of any country I can think of. I mean, even the U.S. doesn't give people an hour warning to get out of areas before they bomb it. Nobody else does that. Like, and I've had people when I've posted this and like comments from Young Turks to Vosh talking about how Israel's shown like the greatest restraint and everything. People respond to me like, "Are you crazy or you're a troll?" It's like, how much time were they supposed to give these people? 80 years to get out of the building? I mean,
yes,
fucking
unironically, yes.
And then when I said, I'm like, oh well, they bombed the Al Jala building. You had Al Jazeera there. It's like, yeah, and they also had Hamas intel there. They're like, you believe the IDF? What a sucker! I don't believe the IDF over Hamas any day. So. Unbelievable. Like, where do you even start with something like that? Where when they ask you for the citation, you have the citation. And they're like, oh, you say the IDF. Well, right. They're like, the IDF hasn't released evidence. It's like, well, kind of have to take them at their word right now because there's obviously a war going on, and if they told us how they knew what they had there, that might compromise other targets that they're in the process of striking. Duh. But of course, these people aren't on the side of Israel. They're a bunch of pink-haired man-bun boys who defend Hamas. And they have all their stuff about trans rights and bi rights and based and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, all you guys would be called F words and thrown off of roofs in that country that you're defending. So
in that quote unquote country.
Quote unquote country, that's right. Yeah. I mean, even Vosh. I mean, yeah, Vosh is a useful idiot, but like if he were to walk around Gaza, he wouldn't make it that long. So.
Says based. Congratulations, Andrew Yang. Fascists and
so this
white
is basically guilt by association. These people I don't like agreed with you. That's not a real addressal of what he was saying.
Is Yang supposed to be triggered and upset that Meghan McCain liked his tweet? Like Meghan McCain has even gotten along with Tulsi in the past, which was super cringy. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, that was terrible.
That was garbage.
I don't know what the fuck that was about.
That was so weird. That was the biggest trip of like politics crossovers. Like, I mean, watching that, you got to feel like you're more high than whatever the fuck. What's his name? Malfunctioning Max was on earlier.
Well, I mean, so yeah, it's if justice unserved is justice delayed. Delayed is justice deserved and
like denied and some shit.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't even remember because that's how little impact what he said made on me. I couldn't.
By the way, he makes Ben Norton look smart.
Oof.
I know.
Them are fighting words.
I know.
Supremacists are applauding you for supporting ethnic cleansing.
How are they white supremacists if they support Israel?
Wait, how is Meghan McCain like? Okay, how is Meghan McCain like? You can make an argument with Stephen Miller, but come on, Meghan McCain. I want your proof there. She opposed Trump, by the way. So,
like white supremacists don't support Israel.
That's the other thing too. Is like white supremacists actually hate Israel. You know what they talk about Israel? They do dancing Israelis and the bankers and and the USS Liberta, 9/11.
I mean, they basically say all the things that you say.
No, there's a reason why Nick Fuentes is working with the tankies and the Gabbard fans, not Andrew Yang. So, but people say, "Oh, Andrew Yang, the alt-right likes him." It's like, not really. So,
I mean, it's complete guilt by association. That is not a legitimate addressing of the content of what he said. Oh, these people, and by the way, the people who were like Ted Cruz's tweet was completely asinine and like had barely anything to do. So, what you're going to be judged by that? Actually, address the content of what Yang was saying. He wasn't wrong.
Tells you,
I mean, based on your worldview, he was, because you were just offering apologetics for Hamas's rocket attacks. That's the core issue here. That's what they take issue with. They take issue with what Yang said because they don't condemn the attack. They make excuses for it and they downplay it. They try to offer reasons for why it was done. Mike, people are fucking dead. People are innocent people. If you even believe there's such a thing as an innocent Israeli. People are dead. Immigrants are dead from India. People in that country are dead because of this attack. It was not justified in the slightest. It wasn't a reaction to anything. It was an opportunistic terrorist strike. Bombardment. It was barbaric, and you are showing your ass right now. Hardcore.
who they are, I think it is reasonable to believe them. Andrew Yang right now is telling you who they are. I think it is reasonable to believe them. Andrew Yang right now is telling you who he is. He is pro-apartheid and he is defending Israel.
There's no
as
apartheid.
They commit war crimes against
he's
the
against terrorism.
War crimes. He managed to throw war crimes in there too.
What war crimes? What are you talking about?
War. They fired rockets and some stuff and aircraft and troop.
Oh yeah, they fired rockets back at the targets that fired rockets at them. Yeah, what a war crime.
Iron Dome is a war crime, dude. They shot down those rockets, man.
Yeah, they should have. That's violent. That's solving violence with violence. You should have just let the rockets hit.
I saw a lot of the super lefty commentators and stuff. They were tweeting out there look at this one image, and it had it was that image of a huge salvo of rockets leaving Gaza.
That image is crazy.
In Israel, and then on the other side, there's the Iron Dome moving to intercept it, and a ton of the Iron Dome rounds, and they're like, oh, look at this power imbalance. This is what resistance looks like, and all this stuff. This tells you everything you need to know. And I'm like, God damn it! The brainlet brigades, the cringe comrades, they're all over this. I tune into Sky News Australia today, and there's one of the anchors over there who's he had the same image, and he's like, this image tells you everything you need to know about the conflict. You have terrorists firing rockets to try to kill civilians, and then you have the Iron Dome, an engineering miracle trying to protect civilians. That's everything you need to know about the conflict. And so these
power
the
imbalance,
exact same image, and they're like, oh, but does Hamas have an Iron Dome? It's no, they use their people as shields. So
given all the funding that somehow gets in, they could probably afford something. Some makeshift.
No. They get cushy mansions and shit from Iran and everything. The actual top leadership in Hamas, those guys are balling. They make a lot of money.
If they wanted some kind of makeshift Iron Dome, they could have it, but they don't actually give a fuck because more dead Palestinians is good PR for them.
Propaganda for them. They don't care. If you said to them, you guys can either have those kids die when there are actual kids die or not have them die, and you can intercept it, what do you do? They're like, well, but if the kids don't die, then how do we make Israel look bad? So... they're not interested. They fire this shit from schools, and this is one thing that I was disappointed in Burns' response, because Burns said they shouldn't have targeted the building. He's like, look, yeah, they did have stuff there. They did have military assets there, but it doesn't mean that you target. Yeah, that's the problem. Is he's like, but it doesn't mean that you targeted. It's still a press office and everything. And I'm like, Yeah, but that's the problem. Hamas doesn't play by the rules. They specifically put this shit in UN schools, which they've been proven they've been caught doing, and in press offices. That's why they put them there, because it's seen as heinous to attack those facilities.
I'd only support that option if they supported the IDF actually going in physically and removing them.
That's the other problem.
But the thing is, that's more dangerous for them. I
don't even support this shit. At the end of the day, like, here's the problem. In order to actually solve this problem, the IDF even admitted it. If things were to stop right now after bombing the Al Jalal building, it would take them 3 years to get back up to the current level of what they had Monday in terms of rockets. In other words, you didn't solve anything. And almost all the rockets that you have dealt with were actually used by them against Israel. Here's what actually needs to be done. Full incursion, imposition of military administration over the territory, interrogation to find out where Hamas fighters are, round up all Hamas fighters, all Hamas militants, and put all Hamas leadership on trial. Give them a fair trial, but make it be known, we're going to punish this severely. Execute the leadership, be done with that, de-Hamasify the area. And if it takes 100, 150 years, who cares? De-radicalize the population for eventual integration into Israel. I support a one-state solution. We had a debate about this. But at a very minimum, in order to make all the terrorism and everything stop, that area needs to be under Israeli military administration. There needs to be an occupation there until eventually it can be incorporated into Israel proper. But again, that might take a very long time until there's not any danger to Jews as a result of that. That's the only way that you're going to deal with this. There's no, we give them a state or whatever. They've proven themselves incapable of managing a state in any sort of ethical way. So we're not going to recognize Hamas. Now, why doesn't Israel do that? Because a lot of young Israelis would die in the process. It's as simple as that. But that is how you would get a long-term cessation of these hostilities, is you just lay down the law. You go in there, you round up every Hamas fighter, and you deal with them. That's how, that's the only way that you do it. Otherwise, it's going to be this shit flares up in 6 years, and they fire another few thousand rockets and everything. And I think the Israeli leadership has calculated that, look, you might have 20 or 30 civilians die every few years versus we go in there and deal with the problem once and for all, and we might have 5,000 or 8,000 IDF people die. What would you do, Reece? That's really the question that they have to deal with. And that's a tough one because it's a conscript army. It's not like they signed up for it by choice. But, that's the only way. Otherwise, what's this going to do? Go on for 1,000 years, 8,000 years? Eventually, that civilian casualties would exceed the military deaths from going in. Like, at this rate, it might take a couple thousand years to equal the death toll, because you're talking about 9 to 20 people every few years. But what happens if they get more advanced rockets? What happens if they get nukes down the road from Iran in 10 years or something?
It's not completely outside the realm of possibility.
What happens if they have a low yield device that they set off in Tel Aviv or somewhere like that, or Ashkelon, and now you're like, oh, okay, well, now they killed 10,000 people, and now more people died in that one strike than would have died taking out the region once and for all. So, what's costlier? What's more damaging? 8,000 of your troops die right now to free that area and deal with Hamas, or 10,000 of your people die in 6 years from an Iranian nuke that gets past them? Who knows? Because you might not be in office then, you won't get blamed for that. That's also the calculation. Because if Netanyahu does do it, you're going to have a lot of families that... Now, granted, Israel isn't like the U.S. I think a lot of the families of those guys wouldn't blame Netanyahu for that. They'd be like, well, they died fighting for, Israel. Whereas in America, they'd be like, oh, Biden's a war criminal. Biden sent our kids to them. Even though the guys that Biden sends volunteered for it. Whereas in this case, the IDF doesn't. Israel has a more rational military culture where they understand that, casualties are a thing that happens. But, because otherwise, I don't see any way that this is going to continue. As long as Hamas has authority over that area, this is always going to go on. And eventually they'll get bigger shit. So, I don't know.
I think it's a wake up call, and I would support an incursion and obviously a toppling of Hamas leadership. I think the real interesting debate is what happens afterward, and how exactly that process is overseen, because at the same time, Hamas is not the only problem. You're going to have a lot of hostility that the IDF meets in the region. So any kind of administrative control is going to be a challenge, if there ever was one, to actually maintain what the kind of protests that we were seeing in East Jerusalem would be nothing compared to what you're going to get as a result of an actual incursion and somewhat takeover of Gaza. But
no, I know, but like it has to be done at some point.
We're going to see as a result of this. Like this conflict is not, I guarantee you we're going to be talking about it next week. Like it's not going away anytime soon. And they did that kind of bait and switch where they were saying they were going to go in, they were going to send ground troops in, they didn't, and then they ended up bombing Hamas in their tunnels.
No, that was a mistranslation. Apparently, what they actually did was they bombarded it with artillery from their ground forces. So they weren't just using their air force; they were using their ground forces. But they weren't inside Gaza; they were pummeling them from outside Gaza.
Well, yeah, no, it's still kind of the same thing, though. They didn't actually send ground troops into Gaza, which is what people thought they were going to do. And
that's what Vosh coped about. Vosh coped hard over that. He was pissed. He responded to them with "eat shit," and I did a video on it. It was very triggered.
Eat shit, because he's not going to come out and blatantly say I'm pro Hamas, even though he probably would actually.
Well, no, he basically said like they're doing a resistance. So.
They're doing a revolution, bro.
Yeah, it wasn't true Hamas, bro. Oh, man.
Palestinian people, as Israeli forces target the medical people on the ground trying to heal people.
What?
Bullshit. Where's he even getting that from? Hold on a second. What is he even referring to? What is he even referring to?
I'll consult the Google.
Oh yeah, Google. Google has all of the answers.
That's where I go for my answers. Targets medical.
For me, when I've got questions, I just go to secular talk.
No. First headline: Iranian hackers target medical personnel in U.S. That's not quite what I was looking for.
That's Netanyahu's fault.
I see. Something from Amnesty 2014. Mounting evidence of deliberate attacks on Gaza health workers by Israeli army. Immediate. I don't want to read all this.
No, we can move on. We'll just assume
matter.
that he's pulling that out of his where. So.
As they commit war crimes against the Palestinian people, as Israeli forces target the medical people on the ground trying to heal people. That's a war crime. This is indefensible. Andrew Yang is a fraud. And if you live in NYC, he's not the best candidate. Diane Morales is, and she actually supports.
Wait, who's this?
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to do great against Yang.
Oh my god. I haven't even heard.
They support Palestinian liberation, though.
Oh my god. Like Lexi's going to say Linda Sarsour.
I'm going to take a wild guess that Israel targets medical personnel in the same way that they just targeted journalists.
Right.
Because that was the takeaway from that. Oh, look, Israel targets the media because they don't want you to see what's going on.
Oh my.
Palestinian human rights.
I mean, that
So
doesn't
if you're
even make
offended-
sense. We've all seen the video of that building going down.
Yeah, they got everybody out. Like
So
they
if-
give
so-
them an hour.
If the point was to like do a media blackout, then they failed, and like they had to have known that they'd fail.
No, people were saying that Israel was just doing it to stop reporting if there are war crimes and all this. It's like, yeah, bullshit. There are no war crimes. Yeah, I believe the IDF when they say that it was being used as a military intelligence analyzing facility for Hamas. I mean, because where else would Hamas put these things? You know, it's either going to be where the press are, where the
UN are,
or where the UN schools are. Like, those are your three choices. They're not going to have it at a military base. It's not what they do. They're fucking terrorists. They're disgusting. They use humans, they use civilians as shields. So,
by what Andrew Yang said here, and anyone who actually cares about human beings should be, then send a message to Andrew Yang. Donate to Diane Morales, because she's the actual progressive in this race, not Andrew Yang, who's a tech bro who keeps...
Tech bro.
He's
into that crypto.
Tech bro, crypto.
He's into them stonks.
Them stonks.
I mean, like, how petulant to like bother Andrew Yang and harass him with, "Hey, donate to your opponent." I mean, if he even opens those messages, he's probably like, "These are children."
He probably gets 10,000 DMs a day. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I'd be shocked if he even sees Bloodhouse's tweet or his DM. I mean, he's a busy dude.
He's a tech
falling
bro.
on the sword for the establishment, sacrificing
The establishment. Wow, amazing.
his principles whenever it becomes really convenient.
How's he
When
sacrificing
did he
his
ever
principles?
state that his original principles were standing in solidarity with Hamas? When did he ever? Like, you guys read into that. Mike read into him being pro Hamas, and then he finds out he's not, and he's like, "Oh, but you betrayed your principles." It's like, dude, you just imposed your own view of what his principles were onto him. Fucking dumbass.
I like the series of events. Andrew Yang condemns terrorism. Oh my God, Yang is abandoning his principles.
Principles of terrorism. Like, when did Yang ever leave?
What a low opinion they had of him.
Freaking pro. No, you know what it was? It's because Yang called himself a progressive. And so Mike was like, oh, that means he supports Hamas, which is what we say. Oh, God. It never stops. Like, with Comrade Cringe over here. Like, I mean, my God, dude.
For him to do so. Shame on Andrew Yang, honestly. Like, this is genuinely fucking disgusting.
No.
Absolutely craven, gross.
No,
you, Mike. No, you, Mike. Mike.
Your video was craven and was blatant Hamas propaganda, but whatever.
No, you.
No,
Mike.
you.
No, you. We need to make a deep fake of Bolton actually saying "no, you." You know, like that. I don't know. That'd be pretty funny.
This behavior. Shame on you, Andrew.
Wow.
No, you, Mike. Shame
Come
on you.
Come on, Yang. You can't follow this guy anymore. This is like
that's
that went beyond
He
like
assumed
constructive criticism.
He assumed you were a terrorist. Is what Mike was saying. He assumed you were pro-terrorism because you told people you were a progressive. That's like the best argument for our side ever. Wow.
They keep setting the bar lower each day, it feels like.
Yeah, Comrade Cringe. Exactly. I mean,
very, very cringe.
Wow.
Well,
that was
Ghoul
Gang Rising episode 13. We had some absolute doozies tonight. Do you have any closing remarks, Reece? I mean, my goodness, we saw some absolute doozies.
I think we let things speak for themselves for the most part. I expect to see this particular conflict continue into the next week's episode and maybe even a few after that. Like, this is a massive renewal of the conflict, and it's not going to end well for Hamas. I'll tell you that much. Like, they are.
And Vosh is already coping about it. He knows they don't have as much military capacity as Israel, and he's pissed.
Yeah, it's not fair. There's a power imbalance. No, I think our opponents, they're so self-evidently ridiculous, but we, even despite all of that, we do take the time to point out the inconsistencies and explain to people, read between the lines. This is what they're actually trying to tell you. This is how they're trying to portray the world. It's completely off base. It's delusional. And in many cases, it's just flat out evil and indefensible. And Israel is a great country. It's one of, like, if I was to like pick out, like, okay, here's the countries that I would feel safe in, that I would like safely want to visit. It's a pretty small number of nations, all things considered. Israel is one of them. I consider that a top honor. They deserve the right to defend themselves from brutality, and there's nothing about Hamas's attacks that are some kind of justified retaliation to apartheid or colonialism. That's complete made up, academic circle nonsense that should be completely dismissed. So that's all I'll say. And thank you guys for all coming out. And you have anything to say, Kevin?
Well, I'll just say thanks for watching, everybody. Be sure to subscribe to Spooky Nukies on YouTube if you haven't done so yet. And if you want to support me and check me out over on Ko-Fi, big thanks to Net7 for the recent donation over there. We're almost halfway towards paying off the microphone. And additionally, also support me over on PayPal. And you can consider joining the Patreon gang. The Patreon gang over on Patreon. Once we hit $500 a month, we'll have 3 videos a day instead of 2. And until then, thanks to everybody for the support. And I will see you in the next video. So take care, everybody, and stay based.